Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, on behalf of the President of MPA and other council members, welcome everyone to this special celebrating mood. On the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the Nigeria Publishers Association. Well, let me also tell everyone here that you are all special because not everybody is invited. The fact that you are here this morning suggests that you are all special people. And because you are here very early, please, let's have a round of applause for everyone that is here. Thank you. Thank you. So, this event ought to have started at 10, so we're a little bit behind schedule, but I'm going to make sure that we don't waste any further time. My name is Samson Akindele. I work with Fresh FM Nigeria. I'll be the MC for this occasion. So, when you have an association like this, what do you expect to happen with what we put together for this very occasion? Diamond Jubilee is not a tea party. So, across 6 decades, the Nigerian Publishers Association have carried the quiet fire that keeps education alive. This is necessary because the anniversary reminds us of the very huge contributions that publishers, people who have been putting content together as books and to add to the body of knowledge of Nigerians and indeed Africa. Let's have a round of applause for every publisher that is here this morning. So without much ado, let's begin the occasion officially by honoring the Federal Republic of Nigeria with the national anthem, and immediately after the national anthem, of course, we will not forget the state that has made this happen. That peaceful state, this very special state of Oyo, the anthem of Oyo State will also rend the airwaves immediately. If you have it there, let's have the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May we please rise? Thank you. Thank you. That last part did not come up. Sorry. I was scared a little bit when the DJ was playing it that is this guy sure of what he's playing? But that's the anthem. I think improved anthem of Oyo State. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as guests are coming in, we will be recognizing them. But first off, we need to quickly call the people that will be on this side of the hall. We love to call it high table, but every table here is high. Maybe I'll be calling people to the higher table because we are on an elevated platform here. That's what we should call it. Well, let me start by calling the leader of this place that we have, because everything rises and falls on leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome to the higher table the president of Nigerian Publishers Association, Alhaji Lukman. Please come to the higher table, sir. FCA FPIN is a fellow of the Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and fellow Publishers Institute of Nigeria. So in case you are wondering, if you are not a publisher, FPIN, FCA FPIN. You're welcome, sir. Also to join in on this side, I will be calling on the man who is still going to add to our body of knowledge here today, the keynote speaker for this conference. Let me also let you know that this event that we are having is a three-pronged event. We have the annual conference of NPA, the annual conference of NPA, and of course, thank you, the annual general meeting and the 60th anniversary. NPA normally have their annual general meeting, but this is special because they have to celebrate the 6 decades that they've been having to take care of knowledge level of Nigerians and indeed Africa. So, let me call on the keynote speaker, Dr. Wale Okediran. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Well, Dr. Okediran is the Secretary General, Pan-African Writers Association. He's going to be talking about a very special topic today. Publishing in Nigeria, 60 years of impact, innovation and inclusion. So we will be listening to him much more later. Of course, also here this morning, I have the honor of also bringing to this side the Director General, NCC, Nigerian Copyright Commission, Dr. John Aseyin. You're welcome, sir. Well, let me also bring here, some of our guests are still not here, but because the president, Alhaji Lukman Dauda, will not want to start an event of this magnitude very late, so we have to start with what we have here for now. Also, to be called to this side, the acting DG and registrar, of course, CEO, Nigerian Institute of Science, Laboratory Technology, Ibadan, representing the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ude, SAN. So we have Dr. Adefioye Oluwafisoye. Yes, I hope I got that right. I got it right, sir. Thank you. Dr. Oluwafisoye is the acting DG Registrar, Nigeria Institute of Science, Laboratory Technology. Well, I'm just being told that another eminent personality is already here with us. DJ, please. Just give us some music. Thank you, DJ. The chairman of this occasion is already here in the person of Dickens Solomon Adeleke, FCA. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. A bigger round of applause for him, please. It's not easy to chair an occasion like this. This is a national event. We're talking about NPA. A lot of people, even people like me, it took me time to know this, to know that this association exists. And since I got to know, I've never really joked, with them. Right from nursery school, I see some of those books, that we read. Nursery, primary school, you see names like Evans, Macmillan, Longman, and all that. I didn't know they had a body like this. So when I got to know through the president, Alhaji told me a lot about this association. Of course, if you are not a publisher here, you are still going to learn a lot from what NPA really stands for. Now, we need to quickly move to the next thing on the agenda. I have Mr. President. Yes, it's time for us to hear from the leader himself. That's the president of Nigerian Publishers Association, Alhaji Lukman Dauda, FPIN, FCA. I don't know the one you always prefer to come first. Okay, he said both. Anyway, I'm going to learn more from that so that anytime I'm introducing you, I will know which one, whether it's FCA first or FPIN. I will learn from that. You're welcome, sir.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be here and then to have these beautiful faces sitting before me to felicitate with this great association, the Nigeria Publishers Association, NPA. I want to assume that some of our invited guests might be operating with the usual African time, and that's why probably they are not here yet. I hope they will soon be around. Having said that, let me quickly give my speech. The special guest of honor, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, FNSC, still in absentia. We are still expecting the representative, as promised. Same with the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, who is our guest of honor. The Honorable Commissioner for Education in Oyo State too, Mr. Oluwasegun Olayiwola, still being expected. The first chairman of NPA, my dear brother, Shende Oguneye, the deputy presidents here seated, the immediate past presidents of MPA, Chief Uche Nasser Aneoke, PhD, FPIN, the past presidents of MPA here seated, the chairman of this occasion, my dear brother and very, very senior colleague, one of the finest that the profession of accountancy has ever produced, Deacon Solomon Adeleke. Thank you very much for honoring me and honoring us too. The keynote speaker, our own dear brother and friend, the former president of Association of Nigeria Authors, and the current Secretary General of the Pan-African Writers Association with the base in Accra, Ghana. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring us. Our dear brother and friend, the very indefatigable DG of NCC, Director General of the Nigeria Copyright Commission, Dr. John Aseni, we are almost very grateful to you. Thanks for honoring us. Distinguished CEOs of MPA, and as I always say, that is the tonic, the strength of MPA. Without them, there's no MPA. I appreciate you all for coming around, especially for some of our brothers that have to come all the way from the Far East. We recognize the sacrifice you made. Thank you very much for coming around. Even those from the north and even Lagos. And that does not underscore the sacrifice and the commitment of those within Ibadan too. Thank you very much, all of you, for coming around. Presidents and members of other professional associations in the book value chain, I recognize you. Other invited guests, we have some of our partners. I'm sure I'm not going to read everything there, since you already have it, so I don't bore you with my speech. This year's edition is, however, unique, both in style and color, as it coincides with the celebration of a truly historic milestone, the Diamond Jubilee of this great association. It's been 60 years of vision, commitment, resilience, and unwavering dedication to the promotion of literacy, knowledge, and national development. For 6 decades, this association has championed the growth of publishing in Nigeria, serving as a voice, a guardian, and a standard bearer for the book industry. To me, as an individual, today's event is quite symbolic. And it's quite symbolic, truly symbolic. Not only that I'm privileged and honored to be the Diamond President of MPA, I'm also a Diamond Jubilee celebrant. Having been born in this same year that the association was formed, and the same month we have chosen for this particular anniversary, I'm a December guy. So you can see how symbolic it is for me to be the one, presenting this speech and being at the MC of affairs of MPA. Today's celebration is not just about the passing of time. It is about the journey. From the early challenges of establishing a structured publishing ecosystem to navigating the turbulent decades of economic instability, technological disruption, and evolving reader habits, the association has stood firm. We have remained committed to our mission to preserve the integrity of publishing, support authors, enrich education, and ensure that books remain central to Nigeria's intellectual and cultural advancement. Over the last 6 years, the Nigerian Publishers Association has supported educational development through structured publishing that fits our primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions, contributed significantly to national policy on curriculum development, literacy, and reading culture, protected the interests of publishers and authors, ensuring that intellectual property is respected and valued, encourage professional excellence through standards, training, and ethical guidance, supported generations of Nigerians, from children opening their first textbook to researchers, scholars, scientists, and creative minds producing work that represent Nigeria on the global stage. Indeed, if education is the engine of national development, publishing is the fuel that makes that engine run. And I think we should clap for ourselves as publishers. Thank you very much. As we celebrate this diamond anniversary, we acknowledge how much the world has changed. Publishing today coexists with artificial intelligence, digital platforms, online distribution, virtual classrooms, and massive open content systems. The digital revolution has brought challenges, but it has also opened doors. With technology, the Nigerian publishing industry can reach more learners, wider markets, global audience, new revenue streams, and more innovative publishing models. To fully benefit, however, we must strengthen collaboration between publishers, authors, educational institutions, government, private sector, and emerging technology innovators. The future of publishing in Nigeria will belong to those who embrace innovation, while protecting the cultural and integrity of the written word. The future. As we embark on the next decade and beyond, the association commits itself to deepening digital transformation in Nigerian publishing, strengthening copyright protection to combat piracy in all its forms, supporting Nigerian authors and content creators to build a truly knowledge-driven economy, expanding partnerships with international bodies to enhance professional growth and global feasibility, and developing new opportunities for young publishing professionals, ensuring that the next generation is equipped to lead. I guess it is in recognition of their foresight that the planning committee members, in their wisdom, decided to coin the theme of this year's conference thus: Publishing in Nigeria, 60 Years of Impact, Innovation, and Inclusion. This, I hope, is aimed at capturing the metamorphosis of book publishing industry, then, now, and in the future. Other events lined up for today include the launching of a befitting 1 billion naira ultra-modern office building for the association. This is a dream that our founding fathers and past administrations have kept alive to date. The NPA, in its 60 years of existence, has only recently succeeded in hibernating in a temporary office accommodation for its activities. We solicit for your generous donation and support towards actualizing this laudable dream. Also, awards of recognition for selected individuals and partner firms who have, over the years, contributed to and supported in no small measure the sustenance and growth of the publishing industry, and by extension, the association will also be given. These events will be capped with the cutting of the anniversary cake. The two-day event will conclude on Friday, tomorrow, December 5, 2025, with the association's annual general meeting to be held at the NPA headquarters here in Ibadan by 9:30. Relationship with government agencies and other stakeholders. We maintain a very strong relationship with government agencies in the education and other sectors, like the Nigeria Regional Research and Development Council, NRDC, Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, and the Nigeria Copyright Commission, to mention a few. We continue to enjoy a robust relationship with both local, continental, and global bodies in the field of publishing. The Nigerian Publishers Association is a principal stakeholder in the Nigerian Book Fair Trust, NBFA, Reproduction Rights Society of Nigeria, REPRONIC, and other relevant bodies here in Nigeria. The association is well represented at the Continental African Publishers Network, APNET, where the NPA president serves as the honorary treasurer. And just a few days ago, our immediate past president, Chief Ushina Surilanioke, PhD, was re-elected into the Executive Council of the International Publishers Association, IPA. While Mr. Samuel Kolawole, another past president, was elected into the membership committee, one of the powerful committees of the body. I congratulate these past presidents and great ambassadors of NPA. The new education curriculum. Over the years, the NPA has championed the cause of promoting quality education through the provision of affordable instructional materials, written in accordance with approved education curriculum, directly to the end users or in collaboration with government on supply initiatives. The association has always encouraged some constructive engagement with government through its agencies in charge of education at both federal and state levels. These engagements have enhanced smooth implementation of new government initiatives and seamless compliance with new policies. Recently, a new curriculum for basic and secondary schools was announced by the Ministry of Education. While we laud the introduction, we reiterate our call once again to the government through the Federal Ministry of Education to revisit the terms of its implementation. It is instructive to know that the timing of the introduction and implementation disrupted the education system in the current academic session. There's no doubt about that. It was very evident that the system was disrupted. The uneasy calm that has pervaded the education sector since the announcement of serious mental implications for students and economic implications for our members, that is, our publishers. We therefore call on the appropriate authorities to revisit the earlier announcements with the following review. One, that the outright scrapping of some subjects, as announced, should be reviewed to have a transition period of not less than 2 years. This will allow students and publishers alike to gradually key into the eventual removal of such subjects from the list. Hence, we urge that the implementation of the policy be reviewed to come into effect during the 2028-2029 academic session. Two, that the commencement session for the new curriculum be made to be on a yearly basis. But I must say that that appears to be the mindset of the NRDC, the appropriate authority or agency in charge of curriculum development. So I want to thank the ES of NRDC for that initiative to commence in the 2026-2027 academic session for primary one, with other classes following suit in each of the subsequent years. This will allow for the availability of the instructional materials in line with the new curriculum in circulation. That a fresh announcement clearly reflecting the above is made without further delay by the ministry or any designated agency. We also urge that the ministry considers NPA representative in the membership composition of the National Council on Education. We are the practitioners. They are the administrators. It will always be a good thing to have a representative of the practitioners where decisions that affect them have been decided or been made. So we urge the ministry to look into this. We hope this clarion call will receive the positive attention of the appropriate authorities. As practitioners in the education sector, our contributions will assist the administrators in the policy-making process for the benefits of all. No curriculum, and I repeat, no curriculum on its own can be taught in the classroom to prepare students for the future. It's never possible. This underscores the long-established fact that we, as publishers, are a principal stakeholder and not just mere contractors or businessmen in the education sector. We hope those in authority will recognize this and create the enabling environment for us to collaborate more for the good of the nation's education sector. Similar to this are the various circulars released from a few states in the year attempting to rewrite the requirements and contents of the published books as approved in the NRDC curriculum. I'm happy to report that we actually swiftly responded to those circulars to that tension created in the education sector in those states. Rather than allowing emotions and politics to trigger policies on education, we advise that states' Ministry of Education engage the NPA for dialogue as exemplified in the approach of some states, even when under severe pressure to do otherwise. I'm almost reading everything, contrary to what I said. Now, under appreciation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the gathering of today, celebrating this milestone, was made possible by the efforts of some big thinkers 60 years ago. 60 years ago. I therefore invite you to join me to salute, recognize, and appreciate the thoughtfulness, sacrifice, and selfless services of our founding fathers who birthed this association in 1965, and others that have nurtured it to this day. May the souls of the late Reverend Titi Sholaro, Chief Agbojeigo, Chief F. Iwerebo, Mr. G. Oniboje, Chief M. Wakileye, Mr. G. Alawode, Reverend B. Obolode Oku, Mr. C. Ojiji, Honorable F.S. Oguniyi, Engineer Victor Iwakwo, Otumba Lawa Sholari, Chief S.B. Bankole, Igwe MP Ilueje continues to rest in peace. These are the, founding fathers and people that have led this association that are no more with us. May God continue to rest their soul. These beautiful souls are at one time or the other led the association and championed its cause. I cannot but remember the living souls who had also led the association. They did not only sustain the tempo, but improve on it over the years. Permit me to recognize and appreciate the selfless sacrifice and services of Mr. Modupe Oduyoye, Mr. Akin Thomas, Chief Mrs. S. Adekonye, Mr. A. Oshebiri, Chief Ayo Jenny, Mr. Gbenro Adegbola, Mr. Samuel Kolawole, Chief Eno Kereke, Mr. Gbadega Adedapo, and my immediate predecessor in office, Chief Ushe Nasri Lageoke, PhD. These people labored and sacrificed so much to give the Publishing Association an identity, a name, and a force to reckon with in the book ecosystems. Can you please join me in clapping for these people? Thank you very much. We will continue to appreciate what you have done for the association. And you are not relenting, especially the living ones. You are still there all the time. There's a large retinue of others who have not led the association but have contributed to its formation and of growth over the years. We cannot forget or underestimate the immense contribution of late Mr. Chris Okigo, Chief Joe Packard, Chief Olu Anoloko, Chief G. Ilesomi, Professor Soya Adelekon, Sir Francis N. Tambasi, all of blessed memory. And we have elders we have elders and industry leaders that are still very much with us. Just to mention a few, we are talking about the likes of Dr. Kolade Mosuro, Dr. Yeni Ogubiyi, Mr. J. Olowoni, and others, too numerous to mention. We pray that the good Lord continue to grant you good health and long life. With the event of today, I hope you will agree with me that those past sacrifices have not been in vain. On behalf of the Executive Council, I thank you all. I really thank you all on behalf of the Executive Council. And what about the providers of the tonic that we have used to sustain the association till today? I had already recognized them in my protocol, but they needed more recognition than that. On behalf of the Executive Council, I want to thank the Chief Executive Officers of our member firms for being faithful to their financial obligations towards the association. Without you, certainly there's no MPA. May God continue to prosper your businesses. You are always mostly appreciated. Thank you very much. I thank the special guest of honor, the Executive Governor of the Payne State, Engineer Makinde, for his efforts in the state's education sector. We urge him to do more with a view to restoring the employable standard and position the state occupied in the past in the nation's education sector, or education ranking. I also thank the Honorable Minister of Education, our special guest. The MPA is ready and willing to collaborate with the ministry in its efforts to turn around the education sector for better. We are partners in progress and we'll be glad to be part of your success story. Our guest speaker, our doctor, and then the chairman, Dickie Solomon Adeke, thanks for accepting the task, even at short notices. We are most honored, sir. My sincere opinion goes to all and sundry who have contributed to in one way or the other to make the day a reality. My heartfelt appreciation to those who generously sponsored these events. Sincerely, I'm overwhelmed when I was told about what transpired with the level of sponsorship. I sincerely appreciate all of you for that generous donation, both from within and outside the industry. May God replenish your purse. But for the selfless efforts and sacrifice of the members of the planning committee, this gathering may not be this colorful. I extend my sincere gratitude to the planning committee, led by the Vice President, Mr. Shende Oguni. I'm aware there are some issues at the beginning, but I'm happy those were overcome, and that has led to the success story of today. I congratulate you and your team for a job well done. Members of similar associations in the book value chain, the Booksellers Association, Printers Association, Librarians, and so forth and so on, I recognize and appreciate you all. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. We equally extend our appreciation to the management of Kakanfo Hymn and Conference Center for their support. Gentlemen of the press, we are glad to have you around. We hope to strengthen the relationship that exists between us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate 60 years today, we stand not at the end of a journey, but at the opening of a new chapter. A chapter that promises new ideas, new challenges, and even greater achievements. Together, we will continue to build a publishing industry that educates, inspires, empowers, and strengthens Nigeria for generations to come. I congratulate all members of the Nigeria Publishing Association as it clocks to 60 and pray that the next 60 years, the next year shine even brighter. Thank you very much for being here, and I wish you a very successful conference and anniversary.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a roaring clap of your hands? for the 25th President and Chairman of NPA. You can make it better for him, please. Thank you very much. Just gone by was the President's speech, Alhaji Lukman Dauda, FCA, FPIN. Well, when he said he might not be able to read his speech, I chuckled because for you to put such a speech together, about 3 pages, and you will not be able to present it, I don't know how you'll be able to do that. All the names that he mentioned, because if those names were not mentioned, or just a few, some people might not be happy. But he had to go through the entire speech. That was commendable. Well done, sir. Yes, let me quickly, before we have the chairman's address, let me quickly recognize these eminent personalities. Some of them walked in as the president was having his speech. Well, I will start with members of the book chain. Yes, the president mentioned some people in the book value chain, librarians and all that. I never knew that. I'm also here to learn a lot about publishing and what they do. Members of the book chain, we have the president, Booksellers Association of Nigeria, who is also the MD CEO, Consolidated Books Limited, Mr. Dapo Fisayo. You're welcome, sir, anywhere you are. Thank you very much. Also, Assistant General Secretary, representing, Association of Nigerian Authors. Yes. That's the president of ANA, Dr. Akonbi. So, Mr. Wole Adedoyin. Is he here? Okay. Somewhere there. Thank you very much for being here. Also, the Executive Secretary of UBEC, Universal Basic Education, Zenob Abubakar. So she's somewhere here. Okay. You are welcome anywhere you are there. Let me also recognize Dr. Peter Adefisipe Oluwafisoye. Okay, I think he's already here. Yes, I think there's a duplication there. Mr. John Omode, the MD CEO, Model Education Publishers, you are welcome. Mrs. Yemisi Ekunjodi, MD CEO, JFR Publishers, you are welcome. Mr. Shokbeson Taye, MD CEO, HEBM Publishers, you are welcome. Mr. Badega Adedapo, MD CEO, Accessible Publishers. I think I saw him somewhere. Okay, you're welcome, sir. Mrs. Folashade Omo Ebo, West African Book Publishers, MD CEO. Mr. Abiodun Omotubi, Nigerian Book Fair Trust, Executive Secretary. Mr. Dayo Alabi, former Vice President, NPA, and MD CEO, The Book Company Limited. You are welcome, sir. Mr. Femi Anulopo, MD CEO, Rombic Learning Limited. You are welcome. And, okay, I think that is okay for now. So, we need to move faster to the next thing on the agenda. And we are now at that point where we need to listen to the chairman of this occasion, Deacon Solomon Adeleke, FCA.
Citation for Deacon Solomon O. Adeleke. Deacon Solomon O. Adeleke was born in Tamale, northern region of Ghana, over 7 decades ago. He began his early education in Ghana before relocating with his parents to Nigeria in 1970, following the Aliens Compliance Order issued by the Busia administration in 1969. He completed his secondary education in Ogbomoso and in 1974 enrolled at the Polytechnic Ibadan for a national diploma in accountancy after working briefly as an accounts clerk with United Nigeria Insurance Company, Lagos. Upon completing his diploma, he served as an accounts supervisor at the former Cooperative Bank PLC, Ibadan. In September 1977, he proceeded to the Birmingham Polytechnic in the United Kingdom on a prestigious federal government scholarship to pursue the ACCA professional qualification. He completed the program in record time in December 1978 and returned to Nigeria for his National Youth Service in Ilorin, Kwara State from April 1979 to March 1980. Dikin Adeleke is a distinguished fellow of both the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, and the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, United Kingdom. His accounting career spans over 4 decades, during which he served as engagement partner for assurance services to banks, manufacturing companies, and numerous public interest entities. He began his professional practice with the firm of Z.O. Oshosonya and Company in April 1980, rising through the ranks from audit senior to principal manager and later partner in 1991. In 1998, following the firm's dissolution, he co-founded Oyelame Shoeton Adeleke and Company. The firm later merged with Anene Dairo and Company in 2008 to form Bekatili Nigeria, where he served as partner and eventually managing partner until his retirement in August 2020 at age 65. He has attended various international courses and conferences under Bekatili International and served for 8 years on the Africa Coordinating Committee of the network. He was also a council member of ICAN for 9 years, chairing key committees including the Actual Examinations Committee and the Annual Accountants Conference Committee. He further served as chief examiner for ICAN's Financial Accounting Professional Paper and is a past chairman of the Ibadan and District Society of ICAN. A dedicated Christian, he was ordained a deacon at Oritamefa Baptist Church in 1996 and currently serves on the board of Bowen University Teaching Hospital, Ogbomoso. Deacon Solomon O. Adeleke has been married for over 4 decades to Deaconess Oluremi Adeleke, and their home is blessed with 5 grown children, 2 of whom are chartered accountants.
Thank you very much. I took permission from the president that I can stand here since I'm not the keynote speaker. Then am I the president. I'm only an invited guest, and like the MC, I've come to learn too, because I never worked in the publishing industry, but I was privileged to audit the one of the publishers some time ago and to render services to others too. So let me start by observing protocols. My president, the Diamond Jubilee president, and he's also Diamond himself, because he was born during the month that the MPA was formed, during the year that the MPA was formed. So we can safely call him Mr. MPA. Let's put our hands together for our president. Let me also, in absentia, recognize the special guest of honor, His Excellency, Engineer Seyi Makinde, FNSC, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, and also the guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Education, also in absentia, Dr. Maruf Alausa. I want to also acknowledge the keynote speaker. I've heard of him a lot. I think I read one of your books, courtesy of my friend, when I visited him, either UPL or Evans, that you wrote. It's a pleasure meeting you personally today, Dr. Wale Okidiran. And I was talking to the DG of the Copyright Council, because Copyright Commission, where he did the same thing with one of our top registrars in ICANN, as saying, and he said they are cousins. So it's a pleasure meeting you, the DG, and my brother. It's a pleasure meeting you too. All other protocols duly observed. So it gives me great pleasure to be given the privilege to chair the 60th anniversary of this association, the Nigerian Publishers Association, and to note that I am in company of many MDs who are in the audience. A body which had been of immense help over the years in helping to preserve intellectual property through the publishing of educational and instructional materials uh, for the educational, which had contributed in no small way in the educational development of our country and the promotion of budding authors in desperate need of facilities to publish their works for the benefit of the larger public. I read about the frustration of one of our legendary authors, the late Professor Chinua Achebe, when he wrote his first book, Things Fall Apart. The account I read said that the first publisher he gave his manuscript to rejected it. But thank God, the African Writers series, I think it's by HEBN, yes, came to the rescue. And that series actually hosted so many of our very brilliant minds in literature in Africa, some of which we read, and which is a fitting tribute to the service that the association has rendered over the 60 years. So it is fitting to celebrate 60 years of service in public interest through the publishing of educational materials written by our authors, local authors, to serve the learning needs of our students from primary to tertiary levels of education, and also to encourage reading, literary reading, for the broadening of the mind. The theme of this year's celebration is publishing in Nigeria, 60 years of impact, innovation, and inclusion. And I believe it's very apt. The association has battled with issues such as changing educational policies and its effects on curricular development in various institutions. You know, it takes a lot of effort and money to publish books. And when the policies are changed abruptly without consultation, it leads to a lot of losses by publishers who may have invested a lot of money in publishing these texts. It goes without saying that the views of the association need to be sought always and taken into consideration in the formulation of educational policies and attendant curricular development. Another problem faced by the association is the evil of piracy, which, like many of the social evils in our country, frustrate creativity and hard work, as unscrupulous and greedy persons print fake copies of books and distribute them cheaply, making publishers languish in losses and unable to fulfill their obligations to authors in the payment of royalties. Our copyright laws should be enforced. We have laws in this country, but the problem we have is enforcement. So we should do a lot in enforcing our copyright laws in order to not to discourage the industry. To discourage, our copyright laws should be enforced to encourage this industry and to discourage the destroying plague that's affected the growth of the industry, and the reward that those who invest their time and resources in the industry deserves. Because creativity flourishes when it is rewarded. Publishers, like many other businesses, have had to battle with increases in cost of doing business, not helped by our weak economic policies that negatively impacted costs of doing business, where foreign inputs have had to be sourced, because sometimes we have to look for foreign inputs in some of the things that we do. I must salute the resilience of our publishers who have weathered the storm and still managed to serve the nation in this critical yet challenging sector, which no doubt deserves government attention and support because of the vital role it plays in our knowledge economy. When the president was talking, he alluded to the fact that the fabric of the nation, the development of the nation, lies squarely on education, and publishing is a very important part of educational provision in our country. Like we know, knowledge is power. No nation can rise beyond the human capital it churns out, and which is a reflection of the quality of instruction in our schools and other educational institutions which the association serves. So on this note, I want to join others to congratulate our president and the members of the MPA as we celebrate 60 years of meritorious service to our dear nation, and wish you many years of impact, innovation, and inclusion. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Another round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Yes, we need to move even faster now. But before that, let me bring to this side of the hall, Mrs. Akindele Ayola Adeomi, Director of Curriculum Development, Ministry of Education, is the representative of the Honorable Commissioner for Education in Oyo State, Honorable Olusegun Olayiwola. You are welcome, ma'am. Ushers. Also, to this side of the hall, let me also bring here Zenob Abubakar, representing the Executive Secretary, UBEC. Please, madam, come to the higher side of the hall here. You're welcome. Well, the other time when we're bringing people here, I think he was not around then. I'm told he has joined us. Mr. Nilesh Dankani. Are you here? Please come to the... Well, there's something that struck me about, I think about 3-4 months ago, concerning publishers. On radio, even in newspaper commentaries and all that, publishers were hit squarely when the issue of curriculum and books for secondary school, how they were changing books. When we were in school, the book your brothers used, you can also use it. But these days, every year, in fact, every textbook is also now a workbook. So the people coming behind you cannot use those books. So our parents will be buying books. Parents now, that's what they are facing. And publishers were hit, they were blamed for conniving, using the word they use, conniving with ministries of education, federal and state, with proprietors of schools, especially private schools, with some teachers and what have you. I hope it will be part of what the keynote speakers will also talk about today, because I was also accused, maybe as a representative of my constituency, that we were not fair to publishers, that we didn't even hear from them what happened, what they're also going through. And that has just been mentioned now. You have policy somersault all the time. You have to publish a book now, then in the next 6 months, 1 year, you have to review it or change it entirely. Well, we are here to also learn today what that will mean, so that I can take something to the newsroom and also inform the public. Ladies and gentlemen, what we need to do now is to pay very big attention to this next thing on the agenda. We've come to that side when we want to learn from the feet of someone who should know. here. It's time for the keynote address. And Dr. Wale Okediran will be doing that. Let me say this. He told me that he has a presentation he wants to, and he's going to use the screen. You know, the people on the high table, I know it will not be convenient for them to be turning back like this. Maybe they will have to just maybe take this side of the hall before the keynote address, if it's convenient for you. So you can also follow his presentation on the screen. And if you can stay here and turn your head, I don't know for how long that will take. So we are going to have the keynote address now by Dr. Wale Okediran.
Brief literary biography of Dr. Wale Okediran. Dr. Wale Okediran is a Nigerian medical doctor, former member of the House of Representatives, and the author of 14 novels and 10 biographies, some of which have won local and international awards. He was the national president of the Association of Nigerian Authors between 2006 and 2009. In 2010, he established the Ebedi Writers Residency in Nigeria for the free use of writers in need of a conducive environment. Since its inception, the facility has hosted about 350 writers from 12 African countries. One of his award-winning novels, Tenants of the House, which was adapted into a movie, has just completed a 2-year screening on Netflix globally. Dr. Okediran was the chair of the jury for the 2024 Canex Publishing Prize, established by Afrexim Bank for Excellence in African Publishing and the promotion of literary talent across the continent. In recognition of his significant contributions to African unity and development, Dr. Okediran was honored with the Kwame Nkrumah Award for Pan-Africanism at the 14th Toyin Falola International Conference on Africa and the African Diaspora, which was held under the auspices of UNESCO, UniOsun, and the University of Texas. He was also recently decorated with the highest cultural award of Palestine, the Order of Culture, Sciences, and Arts by President Mahmoud Abbas of the State of Palestine. Dr. Wale Okediran, who is a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Letters, is currently the Secretary General of the Pan-African Writers Association, PAWA, based at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Okediran.
Next slide. Your Excellencies, Mr. Chairman, distinguished publishers, friends and guests of NPA, I wish to congratulate the NPA on this very important milestone. I also like to thank the NPA chairman, the president, Mr. Lukman Dauda, who is also my publisher, for thinking me worthy of being invited to give this keynote address at this very important occasion. I bring you greetings from the Pan-African Writers Association, which is the umbrella body of all African Writers Associations of the African continent. And I'm based in Accra, Ghana. And by coincidence, the chairman is a senior Ghanaian. I'm only 5 years old in Ghana. So maybe I should come and learn some tricks from him. And I want to say that my relationship with NPA dates back to about 40 years ago, when I was fortunate to get this book published by Spectrum Books. And at that time, just like the chairman said about Achebe, my first manuscript was rejected by Spectrum Books. Then my friend and brother, Binru Adebola, who was my editor in Spectrum at that time, said, look, Wale, if you want to break into the publishing system at this time, go and write a romance novel. And I said to myself, how do I write a romance novel? But after a lot of research, I was able to bring out this book which remain one of Spectrum's best sellers, even though it's almost got into trouble with my wife because she was accusing me of having gone somewhere to learn how to describe women and love. So for 40 years, I've been involved with Nigerian publishers. So this celebration of 60 years is also my own celebration too. Maybe that's why I've also been branded. I didn't know that the branding for this occasion would be the color of my dress. So I'm also an NPA advocate. Next slide, please. And to the glory of God, my long work with the Nigerian Publishers Association, through 10 Nigerian publishers, I've produced this humble contribution to literature in Africa, 14 novels, out of which I got 8 awards, 1 film adaptation, and 1 Russian version. 8 biographies with some ghost works, 3 collection of travel stories, 2 short story collections, 10 children's books on gender-based violence, 10 booklets on HIV/AIDS, 3 children's books on COVID. And then to Capital, last year I got a fellowship of the Nigerian Academy of Letters. All thanks to NPA. I think NPA should hire me as their poster boy so that they will be showcasing all their achievements. We have to do a little historical analysis of publishing in Nigeria. And for those of you who are already versed, we can trace it to the colonial era in the 20s, when policies were formulated, and books were imported from Britain. That was the beginning of our publishing in Nigeria. And then we went on to the post-colonial era, when the federal government tried to create an environment for the growth of the publishing industry. And then later, we were able to produce a large number of books in Nigeria in the 60s and 70s. Then was followed by economic downturn of the 1980s, when many publishing firms collapsed, and then the development went on to the book industry, when foreign publishers such as Longman, Oxford, Macmillan Evans, Heinemann dominated the industry. Next slide. And then 1949, Oxford Press came into Nigeria, and this one also attracted other companies like Macmillan, Longmans. And then the first published book in Nigeria by the foreign firm was in 1963. And this was called Ijala Eriode, a Yoruba poetry genre by Yemiton. And then apart from the foreign companies, many other home-based publishing houses came on board. These were Fourth Dimension, Arumolaran, Ilesomi, Litramet, and a host of others. And the book publishing has continued to enjoy growth in Nigeria ever since. And then indigenous publishing was popularized in Nigeria with the Nigerian Enterprise Promotion Decree of 1978, which provided at least 60% equity participation in book publishing, most by Nigerian nationals. And this was when we started having publishing outfits like Ibadan University Press, Spectrum Books, Africana First, and Fourth Dimensions. And more other followed after them. Next slide. Now today, we are happy to say that because of sophistication of printing technology and emergence of information and communication technologies, the book publishing industry in Nigeria has greatly improved with more local publishers on the scene. And we can say the industry is still under-regulated because anybody can call himself a publisher, including some of my young friends who go to street side printers and print their books and then they are publishers. However, the Nigerian Publishers Association, which was established in 1965, has since been making efforts to regulate the industry. Next slide. And this is a slide from the British Council,
it gives us an idea at a glance of what I've been talking about from the 1960s, when multinationals came in, established the market, and mentioned Macmillan's Space Setter series and all that. And then on to 2000, when we started having the growth of indigenous publishers. And then we are now in the era of non-traditional publishing that are also competing with the traditional publishing. And here we have independent publishers, we have self-publishers, and we have publishing consultants. Next slide. I want to quickly pause to pay some tributes to those we can call the icons of publishing in Nigeria. In his address, the president has a long list of the icons. But for me, I just pick a few. And the first person who people revert to as the father of publishing in Nigeria is the Reverend Titi Sholaru. And that is the gentleman with the wife, and I think one of their great-grandchildren. Professor Sholaru, Bishop Sholaru was the managing director of Oxford United Press in Nigeria. He was also an author and educator. He was the author of the book called Teacher Training in Nigeria, where he emphasized transformative power of education and all that. He also served as the pro-chancellor of Obafemi Awolowo University when it was University of Ife. Next slide. Another icon is Chief Olu Anulopo, and that is India. He served as the first managing director of Macmillan, Nigerian Publishers, in 1965. And the photograph that I just showed, it was in a group of other Macmillan officials. Next slide. I also want us to remember Chief Duke Backhouse. He's also an icon of publishing in Nigeria. Next slide. And he was managing director of Evans Brothers and Spectrum Books Limited. Even after retiring in 2008, his passion endured through Safari Books Limited, which he founded and chaired until his death. He lived a remarkable life in Nigeria. He was a doyen of publishing for over 50 years, shaping the industry and inspiring many Nigerian writers. And he bagged the chieftain title of Okun Borode of Ile-Ife, even though he was from Netherlands. Next slide. We also have Mr. Aigoje Igo. He was a prominent figure at Heinemann. As the manager in 1965, he came in after the death of G.O. Fagunwa. He played a very important role in the company's development, expanding the sales office in Nigeria, and transforming it from a mere sales outlet into a more significant publishing presence. Next slide. And then we also have Otumba Lawal Yinka Solarin. He was one of the grand pillars of the book trade in Nigeria, as the chairman of Literary Publications. From 1969, when he set up the Literary Publication, until his transition on November 4, 2020, Otumba Solarin was a dogged promoter of Nigerian book and champion of cordial booksellers publishers relations, and a very general defender of the rights of the bookseller in Nigeria. And then lastly, we had Chief Felix Iwerebo. Chief Felix Emeke Iwerebo was the chairman of Longman Publishers, in addition to his background as in humanities and law, and he worked in various fields of human endeavor, even in the U.S. Longman office. Next slide. So that is it about our icons. The current situation now in Africa, according to UNESCO, top publishing countries in Africa, and Egypt is number one with that number of titles, and Nigeria is second, all down to South Africa, Algeria, Ghana, Kenya, Tunisia, Uganda, Morocco, and Zimbabwe. And where people will tell you that that number is still not quite reflective because of the non-traditional publishers who are not taking to. And we also reminded by UNESCO that even though the whole of Africa still relies heavily on imports and foreign publishing houses, it accounted for 5.4% of the global publishing market in 2023, generating about $7 billion US in that year. And it's believed that with the opportunities in the continent in the coming years, about $18.5 billion US can also be generated, while educational publishing alone will give us about $13 billion US. So the future for Africa is still very bright. As for Nigeria, these figures, again from UNESCO, 2023, registered publishing houses, 290 titles published, 15,603 bookstores, 4.558 public libraries, and the rest. And then the sector was said to have generated $34 million US. Again, people say this is behind the, without the non-traditional publishers. So while the publishing sector in Nigeria has traditionally relied on academic publishing, the demand for trade books, especially those in indigenous languages, is growing, and digital platforms are also increasingly popular, providing new distribution channels that have the potential to overcome long-standing barriers. Next slide. And then I mentioned these non-traditional publishers, who are made up of independent publishers, self-publishers, publishing consultants, and online publishers. And I'm quoting my friend, Anote, a literary journalist. I think I saw him coming in a few minutes ago. Anote, are you around? This was what he wrote in the heart. That's him standing there. After writing a very powerful article about publishers. And I want to quote him here. He said, local writers in their numbers have won literary prizes, including those of ANA, NLNG, and Power prizes in different categories, without the input of legacy publishers. Rather, it is small independent firms and self-published writers that win these prizes every year. So what Anote is saying is that the non-traditional publishers are holding strength in the prize-winning category, even though I don't think prize-winning will be the only way of monitoring progress, but that is it. And in continuation of what he has suggested, and he mentioned, self-publishing has become a full-fledged business in Nigeria, and it has changed the storytelling in ways that challenge the very foundations of the Nigerian publishing industry. It has become a force of its own. Writers from underrepresented communities now have direct access to readers, and genres that were once deemed too niche are now flourishing. And this shift is not without complications anyway. Next slide. So even though self-publishing is very popular, it has its own problems. For example, the lack of gatekeepers that we expect from the publishing outfit has now produced some unedited, poorly formatted books. And the absence of quality control means that some stationery works can be drowned by the dozens of underproduced works. And even talented authors find themselves struggling to stand out in the marketplace. Because once you go into self-publishing, you are not just a writer. You are the publisher, you are the writer, you are the sales team, and the accountant. And many people say this is becoming exhausting to them. So, and this is another slide from the British Council that is giving us an overview of what is happening in Nigeria now. On the literary landscape, we have the main players, who are our traditional publishers, mostly in the NPA. And then we have independent publishers, we have self-publishers, we have comics, we have online publishers. And then you can see the number of SBNs in 2022, 14,392, and then publishers in 2022. And some of our achievements include the Port Harcourt 2014 UNESCO Capital and other things. And then, of course, the challenges have been put there: cost of living and inflation, limited funding, piracy, and poor reading culture. These are some of the things that are well recognized in the Nigerian publishing field. Next slide. Now we come to the celebrant of today. That's Nigerian Publishers Association. This was established in 1965 as the sole, and it's become a collective voice for the industry, promoting and protecting interests of publishers, combating piracy, serving as a forum for publishers, and all those stuff. And the mandate is to protect the publishing industry in Nigeria and ensure a favorable business environment. And it's also served as a forum for publishers to discuss challenges and develop solutions together. And these are the key activities and functions, because we want to know whether NPA has lived to its mandate, policy and advocacy. It works to create policies. It also has some anti-piracy efforts. It collaborates with the Nigerian Copyright Commission, and that is why the DG is here, to felicitate with his brothers. And then industry development is promoting reading culture, and then information dissemination. Next slide. And in combating piracy, the NPA has been collaborating, like I said, with the Nigerian Copyright Commission and other security agencies. And this ongoing effort is aimed to protect intellectual property and the integrity of the industry. Next slide. Another achievement is the advocacy and policy influence. And the association works with other sister organizations in the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council, Universal Basic Education Commission, and it contributes to the formulation and implementation of national education and book policies, including curriculum development. Next slide. It also helps with professional development and training, and it trains its members and non-members. It also ensures quality education materials, and I've been doing this for the last 60 years. And then, of course, it engages in international and national linkages. I think the president mentioned this when he was making his speech. He has collaborated with other stakeholders in the book industry, like authors, booksellers, printers, librarians, and is affiliated with international bodies like International Publishers Association, African Publishers Network, and so many others. So these are some of the networks and collaborations. I'm happy to say that NPA has collaborated with my association, the Pan-African Writers Association, in many ways. Through individual publishers, we've been able to assist writers to undergo workshops and production of books on special topics. The Nigerian Copyright Commission is also a very good partner. ARPANET is also there. Then WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, Lithographic Rights Organization of Nigeria, Association of Nigerian Authors, UNESCO, and most recently, Afrexim Bank, because I was part of the last event in Algeria. And then another very important collaboration or innovation which has sprung up in Africa is the Canex Prize for Publishing in Africa, where 3 books are submitted for the prize. Next slide. And I was fortunate to chair the jury of the 2024 Canex Prize. And out of the 13 titles from the long list for that prize, 7 came from Nigeria. I'm not sure whether all of them were members of NPA. I think we can clap for Nigeria. We are too critical in this country. If this happens in another country, everybody will jump up and be dancing. But here, we are just... So, 7 out of the 30 titles are from Nigeria. Bookcraft, Cassava Republic, we also have Kachifo, Limited, Masobe, or is it Masobe, and Huida Books. even though some of them may not be part of MBA, but that is some of the things that we are now seeing that is happening in Africa. Next slide. And then we also inaugurated the SDG African Book Club. And this is an initiative for children aged 6 to 12 to promote the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals through a reading list of children's books. It was launched in 2021, and the African chapter is a collaboration between the UN and various African book industry organizations to encourage children across the continent to engage with the SDGs. Next slide. And the club used books as a tool for children to learn and interact with 17 SDG goals, like I said. And it's a project involving key African institutions such as APNET, that's African Publishers, the African Library and Information Associations, the Pan-African Writers Association, which is the current chairman of that book club, and then Pan-African Booksellers Association. And through this book club, we've been able to provide quality books for children in line with the SDG rules. And then this is another slide from British Council to also show us at a glance what is happening in Nigeria. Our creative connections through the social media recommendations. We have literary festivals and book fairs like Ake Arts and Book Festival, Nigeria International Book Fair. And the Nigerian International Book Fair has been under a lot of scrutiny for the last few years. People are complaining that the quality is going down. I'm not sure whether it's because of the economy, but we need to do something about this. We have to improve the quality of the International Book Fair to the standard that we have in other African book fairs. I'm happy that many of my colleagues, the publishers, will meet at many international book fairs, and we see what happens there. So Nigeria should be top of the market. And then, of course, a lot of innovations going on. We now have e-books, anthologies, periodicals, and we have book clubs all over the country now. Of course, countless WhatsApp groups. Wale Adedoyin is here. Adedoyin, please can you stand up? Please can you give this young man a clap of appreciation? He has symbolically formed so many book clubs in Nigeria. Almost every state in this country has a book club. Well done. And then, about the creative economy, we have a new ministry now. Art, culture, and creative economy, and all those things, starting in 2023. And we have been commended for so many things in Nigeria. We have some skills in understanding of publishing industry. We have strong academic skills and all the rest. Next slide. Of course, challenges facing the publishers and MPA. Don't forget that I told you that 40 years now I've been working with MPA. So I can say I'm an authority on MPA. So, Mr. President, I deserve an appointment as your ambassador. And so I'm familiar with the problems. The biggest problem facing MPA is about finance. Because we all know that book publishing is a capital-intensive venture. And due to this, most publishers find it uneasy to raise enough funds to fund their activities. And banks are usually very reluctant to loan publishers money and all these things. So, next slide, please. Another major challenge for facing MPA is what we have been told before, what we call policy somersault. Government keep changing policies, and when it happens, the publishers are on the receiving end. I mean, this was a 1995 experience, but I've just been informed that we even have a very recent case where another policy somersault happened, and the publishers have been abandoned before their books and everything. Next slide. Another challenge is technology and artificial intelligence. The process of book publishing is changing globally. Technology has transformed its operations, and the effects are noticeable across the world. That is why book publishing has gone beyond traditional practice. Modern equipment make book production easier and faster, especially in the developed world. Unfortunately, Nigerian publishing industry is suffering from epileptic technology, and there's an urgent need to acquire modern technology Let me say here that many publishers under MPA are already gone ahead. I don't want to name names so that I won't create any friction. But there are many publishers that are already on top of the game when it comes to technology. But we need to also carry everybody along. Again, artificial intelligence is also a challenge. It's a double-edged sword, which can be an asset and it can also be an advantage. And then again, this is another slide from British Council, which at a glance will give us challenges. You see the countries, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Zimbabwe. And from Nigeria, you can see our challenges, economic constraints, lack of access to finance, poor distribution and piracy, and then we have some interest rates, and then market challenges, poor reading culture is there, and all that stuff. Because overall, I think compared to other African countries, we are still doing much better. Now, after talking about all those stuff, let's plan ahead, because we need to move forward. And some of the innovations that are coming up, like I mentioned before, is from African Bank, African Exportable Bank, which introduced the Carnegie Factory representing to highlight African goods value chain. And this was also alongside the Carnegie Prize Publishing in Africa. This, we hope, will support the publishing industry in Africa. Next slide. Then, these initiatives, we must not be too carried, we should not be carried away because they still remain fragmented. And to coordinate all these efforts with governments and with professionals is necessary. And that is why we need to continue to collaborate. Collaboration is the key word in the future of publishing in Africa. And then digital publishing, which started during the COVID-19 pandemic, has intensified online publishing. And it has led to profound changes in African publishing markets. And it has also encouraged publishers' earnings. These days, I'm happy to say that many Nigerian publishers have been digital. Their works are digitalized. You can buy their books online. You can do so many things online, which is good. And next slide, please. Then we also have some activities that we can do online. I'm aware that this conference is also being followed online outside this hall, which is one of the things that we inherited from the COVID pandemic. And now we are using it to our advantage because we hold meetings now, several meetings with the publishers online, and these meetings are cheaper and quite appropriate. You can do that from your offices, from your bedroom, and even though it's not as conducive as physical meetings, virtual meetings have also played a big role in publishing. Next slide. And then, like I mentioned before, modern technology, the publishing industry has greatly benefited from modern technology. This is why we now have books in various forms, like e-books, audiobooks, and so. And also we can organize some book events, like book fairs, book launches, and readings online. Not talk of the social media platforms such as WhatsApp, Twitter, website, blogs, are now being used to encourage African literature. And then artificial intelligence has also come on board. So these are these areas that our publishers should tap in to improve their work. Next slide. And now we also need to improve the relationship between authors and publishers. Because when I was coming for this conference, I got a lot of notes from my colleagues, my fellow writers, who say, now they're going to talk to publishers. Please remind them that they need to improve how they treat us. Don't just go there and be drinking tea with them. And so we need to improve the relationship between publishers and authors. And some of the areas of conflict that are popular, the area of royalties and advances. We need to look into that. Then hybrid publishing, asking mainstream publishing in collaboration with paid-up publishing. If these are not well agreed and mapped out, can cause friction. Marketing support. Authors complain that publishers don't support the marketing of their books. Once the books are released, it's left to the vagaries of the market. Whereas, when you go abroad, you will see the amount of money that publishers invest in book promotion. And I must say that I've enjoyed this kind of support from some of my publishers. When my first book came out in 1987, I think that was under Chief Backhouse in his Beckon Books. I had the fortune of being given an advance royalty. I had some money in my pocket. And then I was taken by air to Enugu for the launch. That was my first time in domestic airfare in Nigeria. I think it was in Nigerian Airways, Ikogosu Air, Warm Spring. So some of us have been, and I still enjoy some of the benefits of my publishers too. But generally, authors want an improvement on that. And then when it comes to intellectual property, how you help them to protect their intellectual property, I think this is also important. And I think all these things can be handled by proper and well-fashioned agreements, MOUs and contracts. Gone are the days when publishers publish books without signing contracts. So these days, we should look into that. And then the use of new technology. Some authors are complaining that publishers are not tapping into the new technology, asking them to still use the old system of doing things. Authors want their books to be digitalized. They want their colleagues in Europe and America to be able to purchase their books online, not by sending money to one account in Ibadan or Sokoto or Enugu. And then the need for inclusive publishing. How do we handle those who are physically handicapped? Do you have books for the blind? Do you have books for those who are short? Next slide. And then publishing and its diversifications. People now are diversifying from publishing. They are doing new things. They make more money from book adaptations like movies, music and fashion industries. And in addition, people have some writers are now being contracted to write biographies of famous Nigerians and co. And then they need to invest in young writers for general leadership, so that it will not be only academic books alone. And this is the adaptation of my book, Tenants of the House, which went on Netflix. So this is possible to be done by other publishers. Next slide. And then this is another biography that I was commissioned to do by another publisher. So these are some of the areas that we can adapt. And then legislations and policies. I'm happy that the Nigerian Copyright Commission DG is here. We have to thank him for producing a very powerful and strong Nigerian copyright law. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Because in Africa, only about 5 countries have that kind of law. And everywhere I go, as the Power Secretary General, I'm always happy to mention Nigeria copyright law. What we need now is the implementation. It's good to find a law, but we need to implement it. Well, I want to put a word of caution on behalf of writers that we don't want any copyright exception that will not give fair payment to authors. Because these days, there are so many clauses in these laws where they will say, oh, you can use it without payment. Please, we need to also protect ourselves. And also, we are looking forward to a national endowment for the arts. Hopefully, one day it will happen. Next slide. And then we need to also find a way to improve the reading culture. Next slide. So, conclusion. The future of publishing in Nigeria likely lies in a hybrid model. That is one that combines the creative freedom of self-publishing. Because self-publishing has come to stay, and we can't wish it away. But we need to find a way of combining it to the quality control. Let's find a way of making it authentic. It cannot go away, but we need to find a way of making it of good quality. And then for the movement to mature, we also need stronger ecosystems, affordable professional services, better tools, and perhaps a shift in perception that allows self-published works to be taken as seriously as their traditional published counterparts. Next slide. In closing, once again, I want to congratulate the NPA for its 60th anniversary. I also congratulate the association on the launch of its ultra-modern office complex. I think the launch will come after this. In addition, I want to suggest that the NPA should consider commissioning a commemorative book. A book on NPA is long overdue, so that these stories can be documented. And then, of course, we are expecting a literary award from NPA to support writers. And then I want to thank them for calling me to be here today. And I want to commend them to continue the good works as gatekeepers of publishing in Nigeria. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for clapping again for our keynote speaker. Yes, well, except if you are not intellectually inclined, that you wouldn't have enjoyed that presentation. If someone belongs to the Academy of Letters, you also understand why he has been able to put words into sentences, and of course, with that beautiful presentation that we had. Well, I didn't expect anything less, because when I listened to his profile, I knew something was coming, something big was coming. And thank you, sir, for keeping to the time. I appreciate you, sir. Well, let me give you this special announcement for NPA members. I've been told that the link for the live streaming of this event has been sent to your WhatsApp group. Please share it with people, outside there. When we talk about books in Nigeria, you don't see plenty people. Because, like they said, I don't know if it's Nigeria or Africa, that if you want to hide anything from Africans, as if that's the way they say it, put it in a book. They will never find it. But because we still have you people that are here, whether as publishers or as guests, to be here, there is still hope. Even though we have self-publishing that is going on, we still have reputable publishing companies that are still doing a lot, to make sure that the knowledge base of Nigerians remains solid. So, let me quickly recognize these eminent personalities. Some just joined us. Some, their names are just coming to me right now. And let's prepare our questions, because we are going straight into question and answer after the recognition of these people. The MD of Academy Press Limited, Mr. Olugbenga Oladipo. Are you still with us, sir? Yes, thank you, sir, for being part of this. Ms. Kemi Ogunubi, Deputy MD, Academy Press. Thank you, madam. Mr. Govind Sharma, representing Everest Paper Mills. Oh, thank you for gracing this occasion. Also, I won't forget this MD CEO, the MD CEO, UPPLC, and the former president of NPA, Mr. Samuel Kolawole. Yeah, you're welcome, sir. Chairman CEO, the Booksellers Limited, is one of the pillars of book publishing sector, Dr. Kolade Moshuro. I hope I got that right. Is he here? Okay, thank you, sir. And Mr. GC Asiegu, MD CEO, Noble Resources Limited. Noble, okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Sangosoya Abosede, National Library of Nigeria. Okay, all right, thank you very much. I also need to do this quickly. There are some people here that they also need to stand for recognition. I have the permission of the president, Alhaji Lukman Dauda, FCFEIPN, to recognize the executive council members of the Nigerian Publishers Association. Let me start with the Deputy President East, Sir Jesse Odu, FPIN. Please remain standing, sir. That's what the president said. I'll call some names, some of them are not here, but if you are here, please stand. Deputy President North, Alhaji Isia Ajibola, is not here. Honorary Treasurer, Mr. Lanre Anulopo, FPIN. Okay. A member of the council, Dr. Olakunle Shogbeyin, FPIN. I've been seeing Dr. Okay, he's there. Vice President, Mr. Babasende Oguniyi. Okay, thank you. Immediate past President, Chief Uchenna Cyril Anioke, FPIN. Okay, thank you, sir. Another member, Mr. Badega Adedapo, FPIN. Another member, Chief Austin Onwobiko. Mr. Henry Idogu, FPIN. Yet another member, Mrs. Folakemi Bademosi, a member. Alhaji Azan Bala, member. Alhaji Tahir Abdulaziz, FPIN, member. Mrs. Msoshima Chenge, member. And Mr. Rotimi Iyola, Executive Secretary. Yes, Mr. President, they are all standing here for recognition. Okay.
Well, it appears the MC has decided to use his own big stick to keep you standing. I can't recall asking him to say you should stand. Who am I to ask this gentleman to stand up? But nevertheless, these are the people that have been running the association with me since inception. And I appreciate the support I've received from you all. I will continue to work together. Thank you very much.
So you may now have your seats. The president has permitted you to sit now. Let me just recognize these people, because you won't stop recognizing people, especially if they are publishers. MDCO Atlantic Publishers Limited, Mr. Ali Okwade. Okay, you're welcome, sir. MDCO Extension Publishers Limited, Dr. Sunday Obiyinka. All right, you're welcome. And the former president of the MPA, Mr. Agbenro Adegbola. Okay, thank you very much. I think we moved to that stage where we need to ask questions from the keynote address that we had. I don't know if one or two persons are here to ask one or two questions or comments about the keynote address. Maybe you don't agree with some of the things that were said there. Feel free. This environment is, remember, this is a conference. Apart from the 60th celebrations that we are having, it's also a conference where we need to agree, disagree. At the end of the day, we move the association forward. So you can just raise your hand wherever you are, a microphone will come to you. Questions, comments concerning the keynote address that spoke to publishing in Nigeria, 60 years of impact, innovation, and inclusion. Okay, I can see one hand there. Any other person? Okay, 2. 3. Okay. The keynote speaker just said that we should take all the questions together. We now have 4. So, madam, please give me an usher. Okay, thank you. Please, take the mic to them. Please raise your hand clearly so that we can see you. Okay. So please, as you're asking, if you want to ask a question, make it very brief. If it's a comment, make it very brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Adekoya Oshokoya is my name. Assistant Director with the National Library of Nigeria, Ibadan here. Now, the keynote speaker presented a nice presentation, which is educating. During the course of presentation, sir, you highlighted some items wherein you mentioned the issue of ISBN in some countries. If I'm correct, I think I would just want to add that publishers in Nigeria too were encouraging them to always obtain correct and original ISBN through National Library of Nigeria. Fortunately, I'm in charge of the legal deposits of publications published within the country here in Ibadan. Some publishers, even some of these big-time publishers we mentioned seated here, some are using one ISBN for 2-3 books, which is not supposed to be. From my own experience, even if you see some publications, I will tell them, even some will not put address. I don't know where you can, I'll usually tell them, if you study any international text, you will find their address there, because it helps our classification and processing of the materials on the shelf. So this is just what I want to add, that they should always visit legal and authentic ISBN, ISSN center. They should not bribe from any crooks. And one thing we don't know is that any ISBN is attached to each title. Indirectly, if as a publisher as an author, I come to your publisher to publish, give me one. If you give it to indirectly, you are giving me fake number. We should know that. That is my addition.
Next person. Okay, there. Hello? This way. Thank you. He's here, he's here.
Thank you, our keynote speaker, for a work well done. However, I will want to say that your speech tilted towards authors where you serve as a general secretary. You rarely advocated for them here. However, you were not a product of self-publishing. I would equally want you to encourage authors not to engage in self-publishing so as to help in standardizing publishing, of which you know that self-publishing has a lot of drawbacks. So your speech really encouraged self-publishing, which all of us know is not right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Oyiko Tasi. I'm the president of the Network of Book Clubs and Reading Culture Promoters. I have 2 questions. First of all, thank you, Dr. Wale Okediran, for your presentation. I'm an ardent follower of your works, and I'm privileged to be in the same space with you today. Thank you very much. I have 2 questions. The first question has to do with quality of books. You know, and it's sad that you find that there's a high taste for foreign things. Anything not Nigerian appears to be right. We buy books regularly in the Nigerian market, and some of the books should never have been published. So what is the Publishers Association doing to ensure quality control? Some books should never be on bookstands. Bad English, wrong tenses, quality of the prints should never be on bookstands. Then the second one has to do with what is the right price for a book? The past few weeks, I've attended book presentations. There was an author, I won't call his name, sharing his experience on bringing change, particularly targeted at young people. The book is priced at 60,000 naira a copy. How many young people will bring out 60,000 naira to buy a copy of the book? And in the presentation, I asked the question, Otedola's book, who is trying to make people become billionaires, is priced at 25,000. Then you are bringing out a book to help to make you go out into the streets to advocate for change at 60,000. Which one would you choose? The 25,000 that will make you a billionaire without stress, or the 60,000 that you now have to work hard to bring positive change? So what my question is, when I asked the question, they said it's the publishers that determine the price of the books. So what are publishers doing to ensure that books are adequately priced such that people across board can purchase these books? Thank you.
Who is the fourth person? Okay, come. He's here. Chief is here. If there's even someone on the IT book, give him the mic, please.
Thank you, Dr. Wale Okediro. First, thank you very much for a well-researched presentation. I have no doubt that you kind of touched what you ought to touch. I'm concerned about one thing, and that's when you talked about piracy and the book chain and the partners. Maybe the DG of Capital Commission will help me. I'm going to see where authors, a lot of you have got a lot of money, and it's their books that we try to protect. And any person who has been president of NPA will tell you that it costs a lot in terms of money, security, intelligence to carry out one single operation. Is there any way, after today, that you will get not just the Pan-African Writers Association, but the ANA in Nigeria to participate more? Because if you know what we expend and the risk we take in fighting pirates, then this relationship that they say is not very balanced, you may find it to be balanced. But above all, I want to thank you. You're a cultural ambassador. We are proud of you as a Nigerian, and keep the flag flying. Thank you very much.
Pirates are dangerous people, whether on water or in book publishing.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know which one I'm responding to now, whether it's my raising hands to ask questions or the...
Is the question, sir?
Okay. Not the
He wants to respond to that. Well, yeah, you can help us with that too.
Once it has been mentioned, I have to respond.
Please do. Thank you, sir.
Quickly, first to say, sir, well done. That's the least we expect from you, because you are not only our ambassador to the world as far as authorship is concerned, but you are yourself a clear demonstration of how one can use the inner power to do so much. Only God knows how you are able to do all this. But I must commend you, sir, and thanks for that wonderful eye-opening presentation. I have my questions, and I'll also respond to the issue of piracy that Chief mentioned. Quickly, I noticed that from the presentation, although Nigeria is placed maybe around number 3 or 2 in Africa, but I dare say that per capita, we are not doing well at all. We could excuse it that there are informal publishing, there are trade books and all that. In every country, there will always be informal sectors. So we should reflect on that as publishers in Nigeria. we're not doing well per capita. Secondly, I don't know where we are. I didn't hear this from the lecturer, or maybe he pointed at it and I didn't catch it. 60 years, we could say we have done well. With due respect, in my own distance estimation, we have done well for the first 40, 50 years. But I think if we plot the graph, we have been going down in the last few years. And my worry is that if we don't do something about that drop, I don't know where we'll be in 70 years, in 80 years. I would want the lecturer to give us his thoughts on that, because that is really defining in view of the theme of this year's celebrations, which is to look forward. Then thirdly, you mentioned the under-regulation of the industry. It all depends on where we are standing. Sometimes the industry will complain of over-regulation. Now I'm hearing of under-regulation. And to see that Nigerian Corporate Commission already has something with NPA, which we have shared with booksellers, and we have shared with printers. And I'm hoping that by the time we leave here, at least by tomorrow, we will know where NPA stands, because the NCC is proposing, in fact, will likely go ahead to regulate more. And we think we'll be regulating not only publishing, but printing, selling, warehousing, distribution, and every dealing in books, so that we'll be able to track and hopefully help the issue of piracy further. So you mentioned the issue of policy somersaults. And I think that also came out from the speech of Mr. President. And when we talk of policy somersaults, we often look at government without necessarily standing in defense of government, but happy to defend government all the same, because I work for government. I would say that sometimes the policy somersault we see is not only with government. Sometimes industries also have their own somersaults. But because they are not so official, it's often not captured. There are cases where even publishers have had their own somersaults, from how they used to do business to how they are doing business now. And when a child somersaults on a slippery ground, it is the parents that will feel it more, because that child, when he breaks the back, the parents will carry it. There are areas where the publishers have had somersaults, and NCC is now called to come and rectify what the impact of that somersault is. So let's note that somersaults will come from both sides of the divide. Then on the fifth one, before I now conclude on the question that my chief and president emeritus raised, the issue of self-publishing, sir, I want you to throw more light. I'm not against self-publishing, like my sir Jesedu will hint, if it is responsible. But in your view, sir, and thank God you are a doctor, so the terms I will use, you'll be able to respond to that. Self-publishing as it is in Nigeria today, is it a symptom of what appears to be a system or a systemic failure of an industry? Or is it a prognosis of where the industry is heading? In which case, we should begin to preempt and know that very soon we will get to that point. And finally, on the comments made by the President Emeritus, indeed past President of NPA, I do agree with you, sir. Everyone wants the soldier to go to Sambisa forest. No one, even around Sambisa, will be willing to point at where the criminals are. The same with the book industry. Even publishers will be happy to tell us that there's piracy going on. But if you ask them to come and point to where, they will say it's too dangerous to go to that war front. And they expect government to cleanse the space. So I think we will call on authors, like the President Emeritus has just said, authors should also be interested. But could it be that the reason why authors are not interested is because the relationship between them and publishers often is not very congenial, and they feel that publishers are already not treating them well, so they may as well leave them to go and face the problem alone. But from the NCC, we can confirm that both authors, and in some cases, not all, but in some cases, some publishers are not always willing to stand behind us when we are going to fight the ease of piracy. But that notwithstanding, as a matter of duty, the NCC will confront, will fight, and will bring down piracy. And that's why this regulation is very important, so that we have preemptive measures to make that happen. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Yeah.
I should also have a question, but I think I'll make it private. For that question, I'm going to ask the question like a journalist, but I won't do that. And you can stay here and answer the question.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the questions. I think I'll just start straight away with the issue of the self-publishing. If you notice in the slides that I produced, the issue of publishing from the non-traditional areas is recognized all over the world. It's not only a Nigerian issue. I gave you slides from UNESCO, and I also showed you slides from the British Council to emphasize the fact that the activities of non-traditional publishing is seriously eroding into mainstream publishing for three reasons. The DG asked me some technical medical terms there. I don't know whether you went to medical school or you used to watch television. The first is a symptom of the problem in the publishing circuit. You recall that when I mentioned this issue, I said that initially self-publishing was done by frustrated authors out of frustration. But along the line, when they now discovered that some self-published books, despite all the problems they were given, were winning prizes, were winning awards. Anote, the journalist, I mentioned this in his write-up about 4 days ago. In fact, he went as far as to mention specific books that had won Energy Prize, won Anna Prize, won the Power Prize, and were self-published. And then, in another of my slides, I also mentioned that self-publishing is not without problems. That sometimes you see poorly produced books, books that are badly edited. So what we're trying to say is that, and then in my conclusion, I now said the future of publishing has to be an hybrid thing. That self-publishing has come to stay. We cannot wish it away. What we can do is to ameliorate that problem. And one of the ways to ameliorate it is for the publishers to move out of that their comfort zone of always producing educational books all the time, which people believe is very promising, financially promising and comfortable. But we want publishers to now move into trade books, general books for reading. I also show you the slide from the Kane Prize, the Afrexim Bank prize for publishing last year. And that out of the 13 shortlists, 7 came from Nigeria. And when you look at those publishers, I'm not sure which of them is in MPA. So what we're trying to say is to challenge our MPA members to please invest in new and young writers, and also invest in general books, not only in academic books. Nobody is wishing, I know some of my friends who went to self-publishing. Most of the books they produce are in their garages or in their kitchen, or their wife are using the books to cook, to light the stove, because they couldn't market it. And I mentioned it in my slide. One of the authors said, when you do self-publishing, you are the writer, you are the marketer, you are the publisher. And that is frustrating. So it's not an ideal situation, but it's a symptom of a disease. And that is why we are challenging our publishers to please invest in younger, new writers, try and go into general books, and so that you can mop up the wide circle of self-published books. Then I will also go to the issue of piracy, the fight against piracy, like Igwe. Perhaps you are not chief. Okay, you are not Igwe yet. Okay, I will inform my friends to upgrade you, sir. As the chief said, writers are not doing enough in the fight against piracy, and also agree with DG. And that is why, even in Repo League, we are just trying to put together Repo League. Mr. Abadiga is around. And one of the problems we are having is even getting writers on board. It's like writers just want to write. The business of fighting pirates, marketing, maybe it's too much for them. And many of them will tell you, they confess to you that, look, all I want to do is write and give the thing to the publisher, let him go and do what he wants to do with it. But with what you have mentioned today, and I'm happy the representative of the ANA president is here, and as also the Secretary General of Power will take this information to our members, that it's not enough to just write. We need to follow the book to the market and also to fight against piracy. Then the other questions, I think some of them are for the publishers. Maybe my president will handle that. Talking about quality of books, what is MPA doing to control quality of books, and then how do you assess the price of a book? Some books are too expensive, some of them are, you answer that. And then the librarian has also thrown a challenge on ISBN number. Thank you for that, Chief Librarian. That publishers should try and make sure they get their ISBN number from authentic sources. I think the last one, where the issue of policy somersault has been well handled by the man himself, who's in charge of policy. And then, yes, somebody also mentioned that, I think Dr. was saying that even though I gave very beautiful figures about publishing in Nigeria, that 60 years has shown that we are not doing well enough. And I mentioned this when I was talking about our book fairs. And I said that the kind of population Nigeria has, number of population of publishers, our book fairs should be top-rate book fairs. Many of us, including the president, we meet regularly at international book fairs. We see the attention, we see the scope of these international book fairs. Maybe it's a reflection of what is happening in our system. Because once in a while, I interact with our publishers and I ask them, look, why don't we have the kind of attendance? Even in Accra Book Fair, Accra is just 30 million, Ghana is 30 million population. But when they hold their book fair in Accra, you will think that the whole country is in that space. From students, grandparents will bring their grandchildren, market women will come there. So what are we doing that is not right in Nigeria, that after 2 days in the book fair, the whole thing is so scanty, we don't have enough attendance. And this is just to point out to what Dr. Sanya has said, that there are some areas that we need to also interrogate. But by and large, I think for me, the publishing industry in Nigeria is still one of the best in the continent, because I've had the opportunity to travel around Africa to attend so many events, and I'm always proud of what we are doing in Nigeria. Only that nobody's perfect, and the areas of lapses, I think you can just look into. I will hand over to the president to answer the other questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. The president will not be answering that. I have a lot of, a retinue of colleagues that can do justice to that. In terms of quality of books and whatever, let me ask one of the council members, Mrs. Badimosi, to attend to that on my behalf.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the quality of books in Nigeria, you find out that most of these books They are in the market, they are self-published. They did not go through the proper publishing procedure. But because maybe they were rejected by publishers and they want to be published, so they go ahead and publish these books themselves. They are not properly edited. They use very poor quality paper and the rest. And even like the man said, the tenses, the grammar, they are not properly edited. And because of that, you think that most of them are not even members of MPA. And that's why MPA cannot do anything to regulate them. They are not members of this association, and they go ahead, they go and publish their works without being properly edited. And we don't blame, like I was telling my colleague that we sat together, that you don't really blame them. They want to be published, but the publishers are rejecting them, and that's why they go into it. But we advise them that even there are freelance editors. Even if publishers have rejected you, we can make use of freelance editors to help you do the editing properly so that you can go ahead and publish. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Well, freelance editors, I think I'm one of them.
Yes. The other aspect of the question that has been put to me has to do with the costing. With the permission of my colleagues, let me handle that aspect, because with an idea I've been used to over the years in the industry. You see, costing of a book, it's not a straightforward thing. It depends on which kind of book are we talking about. If you want to cost a biography-based book, it's not the same thing as curriculum-based book. You look at who the audience will be. At 1 million naira. So it's not a straightforward thing. If you are talking of pricing a book, there are so many factors that you have to consider in arriving at a price. So it's neither here nor there. So the pricing issue is a subjective issue, depending on who the audience is. Thank you very much.
I don't know. Okay, you want to say something to that, sir? Okay, you have the mic. I don't know how my suit take enter this one now.
I would want to make some comments, starting from what Mrs. Vadamosi said about poor quality books. You see, considering my field experience in the industry, I want to say that most of these things come from non-members of the Nigerian Publishers Association. There is a training program that is offered to every member of NPA on the rudiments in publishing. But because of business interest, firing whatever most of these self-publishers do, they jettison standards. Anybody that has gone through MPA knows that there are processes you cannot circumvent in publishing. When we go for book reviews in states, this problem is always from non-MPA
members. NPA does not admit you and leave you untrained. There is a training program here. So that problem is not squarely on the doorsteps of an NPA. The other comment I want to make, which our president and chairman in council has just said, is about pricing. You see, this is the war we are facing right now in the publishing industry. The NPA has become an endangered species. That is the only industry where everybody's eyes are on. The government, parents, all the education administrators in the country are focusing on NPA. I asked in one of the states, how many times have you regulated the number of bottles of beer a parent takes? How many times have you regulated the price of beer? Book, which is the bedrock of the development of the knowledge industry in this country, is where your focus is. You know that you have to consider input before output. We are in a country that is driven by import. Everything we do is import. Without the help of some of these our brothers, the man on the high chair there at the extreme right, who saw the opportunity and the problem of publishers in Nigeria, brought in the paper industry into Nigeria, which has to a great extent brought down the paper price. You know that all the inputs in book publishing come from outside, and they are dollar driven. You know the exchange rate today. You cannot buy something that you are using to produce something for, say, 10 naira after producing, because you are afraid of the fact that people will say your book is expensive. You sell it for 8 naira. You can't do that. We don't run a charity organization. Let's just be honest ourselves. If you look at a book costing 1,500, if it is in dollars, it is just $1. Just $1. And you know that other inputs like power is very expensive in this country. You know that. Very expensive and not consistent. Anybody that owns a publishing industry and owns a press cannot rely on the public power sector.
So
please
begin to round up, sir.
Yes. So these are the things.
All right, sir.
As long as the government really recognizes the importance of the publishing industry and come to our aid, they will not hold us responsible for the high cost of books. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for that special intervention. Yes, I don't know if these people will forgive us. I say us because I'm also included, because to have recognized them before now, but I'm just doing that. So please, pardon me, these eminent personalities. MD CEO, Marvelous Mike Publishing, Dr. Michael Akiola. Sorry for just recognizing your presence here. And MD CEO, Edu Waves Publishers, Honorable Asu Okang. You're welcome, sir. And Business Development Manager, Ed Waves Publishers, Ngozi Uma. Oh, thank you, madam, for being part of this event. Well, this one, to just for record purpose, let me also do this. Dr. Alawode Olajide Sams, representing Alhaji Azan Bala, the MD of Learn Africa PLC, Ikeja, Lagos. Are you there, sir? Okay, thank you very much. Well, we will be having an interlude right now. You know, when you've been fed with intellectuality, you also need to relax a little bit. So, helping us to do that right now, permit me to call on the Ade Wesco Entertainment and Arts. I think they brought some dancers here. They want to give us some cultural performances just to lighten up the mood here. Are they ready? Ade Wesco, where are you? Please come forward immediately. And I'm giving you just 10 minutes. That's how much time can allow you. Come and entertain us. Thank you very much.
Òṣùpá kan ò lè sí hello ìbà fọ́lọ́run lókè kí n tó wọlé orin ẹwọ́n bá tó gbélé délé lórí gègèlè tí kò lè jábọ́ ṣe bẹ́yìn la àdìtú Elédùmarè àkọ́bí nínú àwọn òkú olùgbèjà ọmọ orúkọ kìnìún ẹ̀yà Júdà gbòǹgbò ìdílé Jésè mo ṣe bàrẹ́. Ẹ jáde wá o ọmọ àṣà ẹ jáde wá. Ẹ jáde
bí ọ̀dàrà. Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ ló ń bá jà lò lọ́gbọ́n nínú. Ẹ ṣe bèrè lọ́mọ Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ ń bọ́ ṣe ni. Adénú ọkọ̀ àfìrí. Adénú ọkọ̀
Ìbàdàn mèsì ọgọ Ìbàdàn ooo Ìbàdàn mèsì ọgọ nílé Olúyọ̀lé ọmọ ajẹrọsùn ọmọ ajẹgbíyó àfikàràrùn fọrin Ìbàdàn ìlú Òjó ìlú Àjàyí ìlú Ìbíkúnlé ìlú Ògúnmọ́lá olódògbò kẹrin lójú ogun ìlú Látòsà ẹ bá ń gbọ́ ọmọ òkè ẹ bá ń gbọ́ ọmọ òkè dùn ún bí o láti lónìí ọmọ òkè dùn ún bí o.
Ìjẹ̀ṣà mọ́dù àpọ̀nàdà ọmọ ẹlẹ́ni àtẹ̀ká ọmọ ẹlẹ́ni ẹwẹlẹ Ìjẹ̀ṣà orídìí ìsáná ilé lẹ́rú àti múná roko ẹrù bàbá yín ní sí pẹ́pẹ́yẹ ìlú bàbá yín ní sí tòlótòló ó ní irọ́ ilé ọlọ́run ní Ìjẹ̀ṣà ó ní irọ́ ìyẹ̀wò ó ní irọ́.
Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Ọ̀yọ́ tẹ́ wà ń bí dáa. Àtúngbé tuntun dé. Àtúngbé tuntun dé. Àpá ọgọ́ta ọdún. Ẹgbẹ́ ìtàwé tàbí. Ẹgbẹ́ ìtàwé tàbí. Lékeleke, lékeleke lọ́wọ́.
Thank you very much. Ade Westco Entertainment and Arts. Well, a lot of people will not know what happened while they were performing, but we try to also restore power. You know, the other time, I don't know if it was the keynote speaker that mentioned it. Erratic power supply, not regular and expensive. Well, I think Kaka and Fohin, they've been able to restore us to the electricity again. Let me quickly recognize these people. I'm told that again, they ought to have been recognized before now, but the chairman of the Nigerian Book Fair Trust, Mr. Oluwadare Oluwatuyi. Your name just got to me. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Then, Straight Gate MD CEO, Mr. Goke Adufe. Okay, thank you very much. Let me also recognize on behalf of the president himself. Of course, you know he's also an MD CEO. Evans Brothers, management and staff. Let me also recognize, are you here? Evans Brothers. Oh, they are on that table there. Thank you very much for supporting our president. Thank you. Yes, we have come to that stage where we'll be taking goodwill messages from some of our distinguished personalities here. But because of his time, I'm going to call him first to give his goodwill message. Dr. Peter Adefisoye Oluwafisoye, Acting DG Registrar CEO, Nigerian Institute of Science Laboratory Technology, representing the Federal Minister of Innovation, Science, Technology, Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ode, SAN.
Thank you very much, the MC. I want to also thank the President. I just told him I was on another assignment in Kano when the assignment of the minister came to me that I have to be in Ibadan to represent him in this occasion. I was in the National Council of Establishment, and I got into Lagos at 2 a.m. this morning to ensure that I am here to represent the minister. The goodwill message from the minister, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ude, SAN. I first of all want to appreciate the President, the Chairman and all dignitaries, members of MPA, gentlemen of the press and ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stay on existing protocols. I am honored to represent the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ude, SAN, who assumed duty, in fact, less than a month, precisely November 7th, 2025. At this 25th National Conference and 68th Anniversary Celebration of the Nigeria Publishers Association, which has the theme, Publishing in Nigeria, 60 Years of Impact, Innovation and Inclusion, reflects the remarkable contribution of the publishing industry to national development. For 6 decades, the NPA has advanced literacy, supported education, preserved knowledge, and strengthened scholarly and scientific progress in Nigeria. The ministry recognizes the essential role of publishers in disseminating scientific information, research outcomes, and technological knowledge. Innovation is incomplete without proper documentation, communication, and publishers remain vital partners in building a knowledgeable-driven economy. As the NPA celebrates this milestone, we commend your commitment to quality, professionalism, and innovation. Your work continues to empower generations and enhance Nigeria's intellectual and social economic growth. On behalf of the Honorable Minister, I extend warm goodwill and best wishes for a successful conference and a memorable anniversary. May this celebration inspire greater collaboration, digital advancement, and inclusion in Nigeria's publishing landscape. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much for that. Well, I have to do that just to sidestep what we already have in the program because it needs to depart from here very soon. Right now, this is the Diamond Jubilee of NPA, and they've prepared something for all of us to see. And we need to be very attentive. They have an audio-visual presentation in form of a documentary. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have our eyes fixed on the screen as we watch this NPA at 60th anniversary documentary. Happy viewing. Are you ready for us? Okay, counting down already.
Nigerian Publishers Association is 60. 60 years ago, a group of visionary publishers came together with one purpose: to give Nigeria's publishing industry a unified voice. That vision gave birth to the Nigerian Publishers Association in 1965, the only body representing publishers of books, journals, and educational materials across the country. For 6 decades, the association has championed the growth of publishing in Nigeria, promoting excellence, protecting intellectual property, and standing firm against piracy. It has worked closely with the Nigerian Copyright Commission, government agencies, and international partners to create policies that strengthen and sustain the industry. Beyond advocacy, The association has played a vital role in promoting reading culture and literacy, recognizing that quality books are the foundation of education and national development. It has also built strong collaborations with global bodies like the International Publishers Association and the African Publishers Network, positioning Nigerian publishing on the world stage. Through seminars, workshops, and technological innovation, the Nigerian Publishers Association continues to empower its members and adapt to the digital age. Despite challenges, it remains committed to building a sustainable and globally competitive industry. Today, as the association marks 60 years of dedication and impact, we celebrate a legacy of knowledge, creativity, and resilience. Congratulations to the Nigerian Publishers Association, 60 years of publishing excellence in Nigeria.
Well, that's quite short. I think it's good for our time. Well, we need to quickly return to the goodwill messages now. And you know, when you're having goodwill messages at an event like this, that's why it is called goodwill. Combination of two words, good, will. Whatever you want to say will have to be complementary of NPA. And if you have other comments, you are also allowed. Well, somebody has already helped us to start that. Mr. Adefield, the man who just left now. Now, let me call on the representative of the Honorable Commissioner for Education in Oyo State, that's Honorable Olusegun Olayiwola, represented, of course, Mrs. Akindele Ayola Adeomi, Director of Curriculum Development, Ministry of Education, Oyo State. You are welcome, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to represent the Honorable Commissioner for Education, person of Honorable Olusegun Olayiwola, who is unavoidably absent here because of his tight schedule. The President of the Nigerian Publishers Association, Mr. Lukman Dauda, the members of the Nigerian Publishers Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here today to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Nigerian Publishers Association. This milestone is a testament to the tireless effort of Nigerian publishers who have continued to produce quality educational material despite numerous challenges. The theme of this conference, Publishing in Nigeria 60 Years of Impact, Innovation and Inclusion, is indeed apt as it reflects the association's commitment to shaping Nigeria's educational landscape. Over the years, the NPA has played a pivotal role in promoting education and literacy, and I commend their efforts. As we celebrate this achievement, we must also acknowledge the importance of collaboration between publishers, government agencies, and other stakeholders in driving educational reforms. The inclusion of publishers in curriculum development is crucial as they are best positioned to provide quality educational materials. The NPA's emphasis on embracing technology, particularly artificial intelligence, is timely and commendable. As the world becomes increasingly digital, Nigerian publishers must adapt to these changes to remain relevant. I urge the government to continue supporting the publishing industry, particularly in areas such as paper production and indigenous language publishing. These will not only boost the economy, but also promote Nigerian culture and identity. To the NPA, I say congratulations on this remarkable achievement. I have no doubt that your commitment to excellence will continue drive Nigeria's educational sector forward. Thank you. Please, I want to make little clarification on what our MC said the other time concerning the reusable of test books.
Thank you, ma'am.
A law was passed last month by the Oyo State House of Assembly concerning this issue, in which the Ministry of Education will strictly adhere to during the next year book review. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. When you have government people in your midst, they tend to clear, just like the NCC man said, they also cleared the hair on some issues. Well, I think I will still revisit that, maybe on my programs, where we are also going to call publishers to also come and answer some questions that, see, parents are not happy with publishers and education administrators and all of them. They believe that they are being ripped off. But I've been made to understand that it's not like that. But we will find out in the coming weeks to know whether it's true or false. Next, to give a goodwill message is the representative of the Executive Secretary of UBEC, Zainab Abubakar.
Mr. President, sir, fellow members of the MPA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Zainab Abubakar. I'm the Acting Director, Department of Corporate Communications in UBEC. I am here to represent our Executive Secretary, Aisha Garba. She sent her best wishes. She would have wanted to be here herself, but due to some reasons she couldn't. And I'm happy that she chose me to come here to be amongst you today in the publishing capital of Nigeria, Ibadan. She sent her goodwill and she congratulates MPA on their 60th birthday celebration. And the relationship between UBEC and MPA stems from a long time, because we are in the business of basic education. There is no basic education without core textbooks, library materials, and stuff. So I think the backbone of what we do in UBEC stems from this esteemed association that we are celebrating today. We wish you the best of luck as you continue to shape the minds of Nigerians. Our young children travel far and wide. They dream from what you write down and give to them. The numeracy and literacy is what you do, and we appreciate you. Our ES said we are committed to continued partnership with you in the areas of further collaborations, especially with e-books, to place our children along with other children in the world on the digital trend. Recently, we did a launching of the magnetic board, which will also include this association, and we are calling on these associations also take advantage of the track and trace system that we brought to make sure that whatever you do gets to the final user, that is the child. We monitor the distribution chain of these textbooks. Also on our part, to honor our partnership, all books that are produced and purchased by UBEC is labeled FGN UBEC not for sale, so that we can do away with the issue of piracy and commercialization of all of these books that were supposed to be free as soon as they are bought. A lot of publishers here that have worked with UBEC, they know these things are the way we do it, and that is how we hope to continue to do it. We are only calling on you as our partners to get acquainted with the process of the selection of publishers at the state level and at UBEC level. And also we appeal that you stick to the specifications and the delivery is timely. Your commitment and our partnership is not something we take for granted. That is why 10% of the matching grant of UBEC is allocated to instructional materials, because we know it's through these books that Nigeria will achieve what it wants in the area of basic education delivery. Once again, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. I commend the keynote speaker for the very enlightening presentation he made. I congratulate the organizers. Thank you, and we look forward to further collaborations with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for congratulating us. Not everybody will have congratulations when you are doing something good. So when you have it, appreciate it. So we appreciate you, madam. At this point, I also want to call on anyone who has a goodwill message for the Nigerian Publishers Association, maybe from the high table here. If you wish to have the mic to say one or two things, just in 2 minutes for each person that wants to do that. Microphone will come to you. If you signify that you want to say something, let me come to my brother, sir.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. President Alhaji Lukman Dauda, industry leaders, industry captains, and my fellow friends publishers, whom I know from the last 20 years. I've been coming to Nigeria. It's like a family here, and Nigeria is like a second home. First of all, I would like to congratulate on this occasion of 60 years of NPA. 60 years, like 6 decades of resilience, dedication, empowering education throughout the country and some part of the continent as well. I see a lot of publishers from Nigeria coming to Kenya and other parts of the African continent, promoting their culture and education books. It's a fantastic journey, and I would like to thank you for accepting me and being considering me as a part of family. I was so proud when we were part of the Nigeria book fair. We contributed our own way, and lately when the association reaches to contribute something to acquire the land in GRA in Jericho to build the offices for NPA, and we still remain committed to contribute more for the construction of the offices in this acquired land, as we know that this beautiful organization needs a beautiful office, and I'm glad that we'll be part of it. Thank you very much.
Sir. Well, don't mind me, I was going to the chairman again. Yes. Any other person there? Okay. Please come to the mic. In 2 minutes, please.
Goodwill message by the National President, Association of Nigerian Authors, Dr. Usman Oladipo Akombi, delivered by Mr. Wole Adedoyin, Assistant General Secretary at the NPA 2025 National Conference and 68th Anniversary Celebration. It is with immense pleasure and deep honor that I, on behalf of the National Executive Council and the entire membership of the Association of Nigerian Authors, ANA, extend warm greetings to the Nigerian Publishers Association, NPA, on the occasion of its 2025 National Conference and the celebration of 6 decades of remarkable service to the nation. This milestone is a testimony to the resilience, vision, and unwavering commitment of Nigerian publishers who have continued to advance literacy, knowledge dissemination, and cultural preservation across generations. The theme of this year's conference, Publishing in Nigeria, 60 Years of Impact, Innovation, and Inclusion, is both timely and inspiring. It captures the remarkable journey of the Nigerian publishing industry from its modest beginnings to its present standing as a vital pillar of national development. Over the years, publishers have nurtured voices, preserved histories, sharpened intellects, and shaped the literary landscape in ways that continue to define our collective identity as a people. As an association of writers, we at ANA recognize the pivotal role that publishers play in amplifying the creative expression expressions of authors and ensuring that literature remains accessible. The growth of Nigerian literature, and we deeply appreciate the NPA's steadfast dedication to uphold these standards, encouraging innovation and creating opportunities for emerging talents. Your work has made it possible for countless stories, ideas, and scholarly contributions to find their rightful place in society. On this auspicious anniversary, we celebrate the visionaries whose labor laid the foundation for the growth of the publishing industry, and we salute the current generation of publishers who continue to innovate despite the challenges of technology shifts, economic constraints, and evolving leadership patterns. Your ability to adapt, expand, and embrace inclusivity remains a model for other cultural and educational sectors in Nigeria. Once again, we congratulate the National Publishers Association on this significant achievement, and we reaffirm ANA's commitment to continue collaboration in strengthening Nigeria's book ecosystem. May this conference inspire fresh perspectives, forge stronger partnerships, and pave new pathways for growth. We wish you a successful conference and many more decades of impactful service to our great nation.
Thank you very much. Oh, hold the mic. Come. If I want to be part of ANA, how many books must I write?
Maybe we can discuss that after the...
Okay. Because I want to know, maybe 5 or 10 or just one, and I'll be a member. Yes, we have to move very fast now. Thank you for that wonderful goodwill message. Well, where we are now is a special place where we need to be. Okay, I didn't know you. I thought, because you had when you had the mic the other time. Yes. Don't mind.
That one wasn't a good one. Then I spoke as a student.
Oh, okay. You have 2 minutes, sir.
I'll try.
Okay, sir.
Right, thank you so much. My distinguished chairman and my presidents kindly permit to stand on the protocol you've well established. For the Nigerian Copyright Commission, it's indeed our pleasure to congratulate you warmly on the momentous celebration of your 60th annual conference and anniversary. This milestone is a testament to the resilience, creativity, and the unwavering commitment that all publishers, past and present, have continued to show in pushing the industry forward and helping to build a nation that we all can be proud of. As we mark this diamond anniversary, it's important to reflect on the imperatives for ensuring that there's a continued relevance of the industry towards national growth. The sector must continue to embrace digital transformation, like the lecturer has told us, strengthen professional standards, and invest in capacity building to maintain competitive and in an ever-evolving and global marketplace. Equally crucial is the need to deepen collaboration among authors, publishers, booksellers, printers, and others in the book ecosystem. Mr. Chairman, I would say that the Nigerian Copyright Commission remains a proud partner on this journey forward. In recent months, we have intensified our rights holder support initiatives. We've expanded the copyright awareness campaigns, and we've deepened our engagement with educational institutions to promote lawful access and responsible use of creative works. Our special task force is also scaling up intelligence-led operations against book piracy, particularly in the online space. As you very well know, we now have the Special Task Force Against Online Piracy, STOP. The Commission remains committed to supporting the transformation that this industry wants or has yearned for and has been brought about by the Copyright Act 2022. On that note, I will say that we will continue to build on past successes and strengthen our anti-piracy drive. We have also introduced the book anti-piracy regulations, which we are hoping the publishers, as well as the printers and booksellers, will subscribe to. The idea is to ensure that there is some level of regulation for both everyone in the book sector, so that everyone can have a fair share of their return on their investment. Finally, as you commemorate this 60th year celebration and 60 years of legacy, I urge the association to continue championing excellence, embracing innovation, and fostering more partnerships that will unlock new opportunities for our growth. The Commission stands ready to support the NPA in building a publishing industry that is stronger, more sustainable, and globally competitive, and hopefully that will remain to celebrate 70, 80, 90, and hopefully 100 years when some of us would have since departed. Congratulations once again, and I wish you a successful and impactful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, it's good to write. You know, when you write and you don't speak out of your scripts, it makes it better. Well, good broadcasters do that a lot. I'm not saying all broadcasters, but if you have your scripts, you always keep to time. Yeah. So we have to move on now because we are behind schedule. If you look at the timing that we have in the program, you know that we still have some ground to cover. Let's go to, we want to have a launching here this afternoon about NPA's ultra-modern office. That's the building committee. They are going to come here to handle that. But before then, let me call on a man who should tell us what the project will look like and which other person, you know the building industry the way it is. You know the role of architects. They need to give you the drawings and other things. Oh, doors will be here, pillars will be there, and all those things before you bring in the builders and other people that will work there. May I call on Architect Bode Jegede? Architect Bode Jegede, where are you? Please come up here, please. Well, he's going to take us through a very short presentation. I hope that will not be more than 2 minutes so that we can move to the launching proper, which will be done by a former president of NPA. Architect Jegede, please, in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to appreciate the building committee and the NPA for such an opportunity to be here this afternoon. So I'm presenting to us as fast as I could the publisher's house. The site is at Jericho GRA in Ibadan here. It's a 6-story building. It's a 6-story building, and the highlight of this particular structure is the fact that we have 4 floors, 4 lettable spaces, 4 floors of about 3,000 square meters lettable that will be generating income even to the NPA. So we're looking at the 5th floor only as the admin floor for the NPA. And we have the ground floor, which is meant to be, can we just hold on? Okay. We have the ground floor, the next slide, please. We have the ground floor that we're looking at having spaces for exhibition, book exhibition. So maybe prior to school resumption, this is a place that we're looking at, that publishers can come around and have their books, exhibited. So the next, can I have the slide?
Next slide, please walk it in so that this one will be fast.
Okay. Okay, well, that's the design philosophy. The next floor, please. Let's move on. Now, this is the space analysis that we have in that building. The ground floor reception, car book, exhibition concourse, about 470 square meter space. We have lettable space that, for other users on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Next slide, please. And the 4th floor. Right on the 5th floor is the admin office for the NPA. And we're looking at, also has the data and research unit I mean, we are talking of e-book and all of that and this, so we need to be forward-looking. On the 10th floor, we're proposing a broadcasting station and guest challenge, as well as open terrace. One of the things I want us to look at in this particular building is that between the time that this was proposed and now, the potential for the ROI has highly improved. Between 5 years and today, there are a lot of investment, tourism investment and hospitality investment that has cropped up in that space. And I want to just join us as we come forth and be a party to this, that each and every of those floors are easily accessible. And we're looking at publishers coming in and being in control, or having their name affixed per floor, or maybe the broadcasting station, or any other facilities that we think will catch your fancy. This building has a courtyard right at the center. We have designed in such a way that, looking at post-occupancy evaluation of the building, we're looking in a way that even when the AC unit has issues, you don't need to be carrying ladder everywhere. On the 4th floor, you can easily, from your floor, do whatever maintenance you need to do. So maintenance and aesthetic pleasing is part of the consideration in this design. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Architect Jegede. Well, I know a lot of Nigerians don't give their jobs to the right people, especially when it comes to drawings. They rather go to some, I think they call them draftsmen or something. Once they have ruler, the T-square and all those things, set square, they will put some drawings together and you have it. Well, thank you very much for that. So I think that has set the pace for what we're about to do. And I'm not going to handle that because I'm not competent to do what we're about to do now. And that is the launching. We've done the display for you. May I call on a man? I think he rejected the title of Igwe the other time because he said he's not an Igwe yet, he's a chief. Immediate past president of MPA, Chief Uchenna Cyril Anioke, FPIN. Chief, you come and have the mic. You can come to the podium, sir. So, to handle, okay, you want to stay here? No problem. So, you help us to handle the launching the way you deem it fit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, MC, and of course, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, DG, the representative of UBEC and Milish. Distinguished colleagues, friends, and lovers of the book industry. This is just a little bit of a difficult task, proposing a launch for a building. But I'll give you just 2 minutes to tell a story. 60 years. If MPA was to be working for federal government, it should retire today. It can be retired. And so if for 60 years it existed and didn't have a shelter, in my Igbo community, I can call it Fulefu. You know what we call it Fulefu? You didn't achieve anything. If it's 60 years, you don't have a house. And that is why if you see a typical Igbo man, no matter what he's doing, he tries to build a house. We call it Akuruno. Wealth gets home. Wealth must get home. But I want to thank former president and ESCOs of MPA for the effort they've made towards actualizing this. At 52, MPA had no land. At 52, Adedapo Badega, as then president, did everything, committed personal resources, and we had a plot of land. And can you stand for recognition? Thank you very much. It's called being pragmatic. It took a lot to get it, because if you don't have a land, you can't be talking about structure. Fast forward it to 54, 56. I became president, and that was when this structure came on before I became president. And we tried to start it. Actually, we did. We did the foundation. We battled and battled and battled. We had to fill back the foundation. So when I became president, I brought Igbo man sense. I'm sorry they're not bringing that small house. I brought Igbo man sense. A typical Igbo man would live in his own house of 2 bedrooms than live in a duplex. Where is the best part of Ibadan? He will live in the worst part of Ibadan, in his 2 rooms, than on a duplex somewhere at the GRA. Because he's proud to have his own home. We say when you have your home and you have a gate, if somebody knocks, you ask him, who is knocking? Who are you? Who are you looking for? If you are living if you're a tenant and somebody knocks, you say, who are you? He says, I'm the landlord. What will you do? You can't tell a landlord, why are you knocking? Otherwise, he will renovate his house the next month. He will remove the roof and say he wants to do renovation. So, what do? We decided to do a mini secretariat. That mini secretariat was to bring the spirit of MPA into a small space. And that's the way they've been operating from. Today, the accountant, our president, because MC, when he's doing MPA project, he is first fellow, Publishers Institute of Nigeria, before Nke ICANN. When he goes to ICANN, you can reverse it. Mr. President, that's the correct thing to do. You don't bring ICANN before when you're doing an MPA program that will love you. So, ladies and gentlemen, look at this edifice. Architects live in homes without constructing them. I feel like I just want to go and start owning a part of this. It's a beautiful work. And if you love MPA, if you love progress, nothing is too small, nothing is too big. But for today, let me make a caveat. We'll have corporate sponsors. Those who are going to launch corporately. We will have, our CEOs are not going to launch unless the spirit touches you today. We don't want to call anybody who is not prepared to come here. We don't want to embarrass anybody. But just look at this. It is befitting. It is proper that we move into this place. So going forward, there will be a program. Like if you are here after the main people have done, please feel free to raise up your hand. But let me tell us, at the end of the day, we're going to have a hall of fame, a hall of honor, right inside that place. We'll have platinum honorees, we have gold, we have silver, we have bronze, and you have the others. So where would you rather your name be? But to help us kick the man who has spoken, and he alluded to the fact that he has contributed and is willing to continue to contribute. He's actually positioned to contribute. He likes to give. He likes to support. He has a free mind. Gentlemen, to invite, whether he's MD, whether he's representative, whether he's chairman, CEO, founder, whichever one that suits his name, of Quarterfold Printabilities Limited India, Mr. Nilish Dankani, to come and kickstart this very wonderful section of today. Nilish, it's my honor and privilege to invite you as our chief presenter, chief launcher, chief donor. Can we appreciate him?
It's a privilege to be here and part of this organization and thank you for choosing the only printer from India in this publishing fraternity to contribute and be part of the association in a very good way by not investing actually, but to be the part of this beautiful building. So I would, in fact, was expecting from the president himself to give me the amount so that I have an idea about it. But since you gave me the mic without had any plans for it, the amount in my mind, so I can say is $20,000 good for it.
$20,000. We're in Nigeria. Accountant, I beg. Convert.
They are calculating it.
I bet convert.
They are calculating it.
Convert.
I don't spend dollars too, so I don't know.
Yes, we are in Nigeria. I don't know the.
That's about 30 million. 30 million naira.
The chairman says it's about 30 million naira. Can we appreciate?
Please clap now. 30 million. Even if it's just 29 million, it's something. Chief.
I'm not an accountant. And you know the naira to the dollar keep dancing. So maybe by the time we get the money, thing will dance up. Thank you, Nelis. Thank you very much. When Adedapo came to Enugu in 2020, we gave him a title. One the number. One of Enugu State. What it means is, let me translate literally, brother from another mother, or brother from in the diaspora. So you are one the number of Nigeria. Yeah? You are one the number of Nigeria. Thank you very much. You have a large heart. And Mr. Gorin Sharma, if you are here, you are also a man that has contributed and continue to support the MPA, even the Book Fair Trust. And surprisingly, men like you have continued to provide support for the book industry. So you are from Everest Pop and Pepper Mill. It's my pleasure to hand this microphone over to you. You want to come here? Just let's hear a word from him. Thank you very much, Everest. He's carrying Everest.
Good afternoon, everybody. Excellencies, thank you so much for having me here. And I'm glad to be a part of this event. Looking forward for the best support from our side. And thank you so much. Thank you. God bless.
Okay, thank you very much. I will appreciate him. Let me tell you what he told me. Okay, thank you. Yes. You know. Okay.
Yes.
In Nigeria, in the days of the old, people were careful about how they pronounce their money. So if you ask to represent somebody, say, let me get back to those who sent me. And today in Nigeria, you hardly do, if you're a public servant, you can't be, for instance, you can't be start talking about money here. When he goes down, the FCC would be looking for him. So Mr. Sharma says he will get back to his group. But he added, I should reassure you, it must be a very handsome amount. I will appreciate him. Okay, did you say you were not informed about this, Mr. President?
I didn't want to interject you, but I'm still going to comment on that later. Nilesh is a very good member of the family. I've told him behind the scene that that's the first tranche. So there's no cause for alarm.
Wow. Mr. Delish, I didn't even hear that. I thought when President read his address, he talked about 1 billion naira. Was that correct? He talked about 1 billion naira. So this is your first tranche. Thank you very much. Okay, like I said, this is just to generate goodwill, enthusiasm, and the need for us to know that we have a project. Mr. President, on behalf of the rest of us, I don't know how many years you have, but I want to, the day you're going to leave, I want to be sure I'm inside that house. So I don't know how you're going to do that. With our support, I'm sure it will be done. If anybody else wants to talk to us, you can do that much later. Like we said, this is not meant to be a formal lunch. Okay? But MPA CEOs demonstrate love. I know for over time we'll be calling on you to do a lot of this. Demonstrate love. We will soon be calling on you. I was showing Badega something we did in Abuja. If you are familiar with from the airport to town, close to ShopRite, the Abuja Chamber of Commerce building compound, by the left, you will see a 4-story building or 3-story called the Mediation House. The Mediation House. It was pioneered by an institute. They bought the land, very expensive, and in 4 years, they were able to put it. That's where they do everything they do. And like the architect said, many people have, in fact, they have only the ground floor and the last floor. The rest, the money they get from that takes care of their, whatever they're doing annually. And I'm sure if we do this in Ibadan, the headquarters of publishing, the largest, between Ibadan Kano and Lagos, which one is bigger? Before I give wrong statistics. But Ibadan is basically one of the largest cities in Nigeria. The old, in Africa. So there's nothing you do that you will not have a return on investment. Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity, and to Nilish, and to Shama, and to our brothers and sisters. It's good having all of us here. And may God continue to bless the labors of our hands, and may MPA continue to grow from strength to strength. Amen.
Thank you very much. Well,
a generous speaker. So introduce yourself. I'm generous.
Mr. Chairman and good colleague, my name is Engineer Dr. Michael Oyakiola, the MD of Marvelous Publishing and Printing located in Abuja. Mr. Chairman, we thank you for this opportunity. And we appreciate the NBA since all this while for the effort, all the past chairman and current chairman, and our guest speaker. You are welcome, bless you. Sir, a day like this, we are doing a launching and funding of our own house. I'm expecting all the publisher, all the members to get out up in their seat and donate something reasonable. Because this is the house of our own. I'm not expecting all these foreigners, they are saying $20,000. How much $20,000? Less than 35 million. And if you look at all our amounts of $1 billion that we're collecting at the past since 60 years, it's not a small money, sir, my chairman. So let our home stay in my press. I will press that, yes, one of the press biggest is West Africa. Our production in a day, we can produce 50,000 books of 200 pages book a lot. So we are here to support our nation, to support our Mr. President, and to support our Minister of Education that yes, let's make our own book stay in Nigeria and have quality and let have what we are saying, so our money can stay in Nigeria and develop our economy by ourselves. So on that occasion, I will donate 100 million for this project to start with that.
Can you keep on clapping? Marvelous press.
Money where we got you.
You know, I said those who are touched by the Spirit can do what? A marvelous night. Thank you very much. Like we said, we appreciate what they have done. But you see, the CEOs, we didn't give them a pre-warning to this. And so it will not be completely correct to begin to embarrass anybody. So, but if you are still touched by the Spirit, like Marvelous Mike, Marvelous Printers, publishers have done, if you are blessed by God, bless your association. If you are blessed by God, bless your community. On the other hand, any other person touched by the Spirit,
who can also marvelously donate.
Honorable.
And
wait. Honorable.
See,
These are the movers.
The movers and shakers.
These are the young men that are, Wale, when you are speaking, and you alluded to the fact about issues of publishers and authors, I want authors to come closer to us. That the distance complaining. You've done well. You progressed. And I'm sure I don't tell you whether you are self-published. Okay? So there's a lot. There are very young, vibrant guys who are coming to publish. If you have a good manuscript, they are willing to take it on. Okay? And the waves, Honorable, is one of them. Look at his suits.
Mr. President, members of the High Table, thank you so much. I just make a few comments and then, present our little token as beneficiaries of this institution. As beneficiaries of this institution. Mr. President, I joined the publishing industry a little less than 2 decades ago as an assistant sales representative in Macmillan Publishers. So we are the real Adelecom boys. And I do think that AI Adelecom has not been properly recognized in this 6th year because that is one man who has contributed immensely to the growth of publishing in Nigeria. I think worthy note should be made specifically to men like that because today, at least 5 to 6, 7, if not more, CEOs of publishing houses are products of AI Adelecom. Red Dot, myself, and EduWaves Publishers, Dexworth, and many others. And it is also worthy of note to state that some of us who have also found ourselves slowly coming in as small boys and as feeders of the industry. Thank God for people like my big brother, MD of Accessible. He has offered adequate tutelage over time. When you have a small project and he says, bring it, I will help you. I will do it for you on credit. And from how much? I think it was a time I was doing 20,000. Let me thank him and thank MPA. But as beneficiaries of this same system, this same association, even though we expect more visibility from the association, and one of the visibility we think is that beyond this secretariat, we should have at least a liaison office in Abuja, where the seat of power is. MPA requires that visibility in the city, in the FCT. We cannot, yes, Ibadan is a capital of publishing, the seat of book publishing in the country. But please, things have moved. The decisions are no more taken around here. The decisions are taken in the FCT. So we should have adequate visibility. Even if it's a rented duplex or anywhere in the city of Abuja, to call our own too, even if it's on rent. And we are also willing to support that in the course of time. On that note, Mr. President, myself and the EduWaves Publishers family will just make a humble contribution, not 100 million, not $20,000. These guys are the printers, they take from us. Nilet, how much did you take from me in my last project? That money, I'm not particularly pleased with your $20,000. You have to do something more because only me is not up to 10 or 5% of what you do from me. So you have to contribute more. Marvelous Mike, thank you for that generous donation. Please, this mic has to rove because this is our own. Mr. President, allow this mic to rove round. Anybody who wants to contribute should contribute. This is our own house and it's our own pride. In the next 10 years, 5 years, we'll turn back and look at and remember today that we made a decision that was favorable to the association. On that note, on behalf of myself and our company, EduWaves Publishers, we'll just leave 10 million naira.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, I will run to my Igbo program. They say, Oye Diego,
Chief, 1 minute. Honorable, You don't shy away from us. We know you. What you have just given is not up to what you spend, you know, for just felicitation within 24 hours. So, what you have just given just to probably water the ground, you know, we are still going to come back to you.
When we get to the fourth floor.
So, I mean, we appreciate what we have announced, but we are coming back to you. Huh? That's just Thank you very much.
Yes, remember we said we are not done with CEOs. But for today, whatever you want to do should be willing. Okay? Otherwise, I'll start calling names, and that will be an embarrassment. So if you are touched by the Spirit, but let me go back to my Igbo proverb. They say, Oye Diego Kwanna, Dobro Diokbaragu. In your family, if they are 10, and I'm the firstborn, and our father dies, let the one who has money come to bury our father, not the one that is senior. So it's not about age or longevity. If you want to do something to immortalize the name of your publishing industry, to show goodwill, to show love, to show capacity, please. It does not mean we will not come back to CEOs one after the other. Any other person touched by the Spirit? Do I have to start working closer to? No. Any person who wants to do that should do that. We're not here to. Otherwise, we know how to do that. In the absence of any other hand, I want to thank those who have so generously, freely, on their own, decided to make this little event. Anyway, thank you. Marvelous. Keep on being marvelous. Okay? Milish and Shama, we appreciate all of you. And on that note, my job is done, Mr. President. May I humbly hand over to the MC. MC.
Thank you so much, sir.
I'm also a broker journalist.
Oh, nice one. Thank you.
31.9 FM in Ugu.
You are an ancestor. Thank you, sir. Yes, we need to move quickly. By the way, I'm also taking donation. I'm taking donations, sir. Yes, go ahead. 30 million, 110. So please, I also belong to an industry that rely on publishers, because without books, we cannot be broadcasters, even though less people are reading these days. But those who read are the leaders. Leaders are readers. So thank you very much, publishers, for making sure that the knowledge base is not shrinking in Nigeria. So we have to move on now to presentation of awards. And I'm still going to recognize the sponsors here, those who make sure that this event can hold. I have a long list of them. I'll be mentioning them at the right time, just to appreciate you on behalf of the Executive Council members of MPA. Now, presentation, we have these awards in 3 categories. I will not be doing this alone. Mr. President will also have to be part of it, because he knows the people more than I do. So we will be handling this together. Mr. President, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just pass a brief comment on what just transpired a few seconds or minutes ago. Marvelous Mike, thank you very much. Incidentally, we are meeting one-on-one for the first time. One-on-one. And what you have done in this first meeting is so marvelous that you are actually marvelous. Thank you very much for that generous donation. And you have actually opened the gate for such. And that's why I'm surprised that Honorable was trying to hide. Don't worry, you can't hide. The other CEOs, definitely we know you have a very good mind towards the association. We will approach you at the appropriate time for your own generous donation. We know you will do it, and we can always can't undo. What is necessary here, what is important is your mindset towards this particular dream. When you believe in it, believing that it's our home, not some people's initiative for self-aggrandizement. It's just our home. Some people will have to initiate it, some people will have to do it. And we happen to be the one on ground now. We are praying we are able to conclude the project. If we are not, some people will be able to do it tomorrow. They will have started something fantastic. So, let's see it as a joint effort. We will approach you at the appropriate time. Thank you very much. Again, on what Honorable said about Professor Adeleko, I'm not too sure he has gone through the pages of the program. If you have, I hope as a publisher, you are not a victim of that saying that you want to hide anything from an African man. You put it in the book. So, if in the wisdom of the ESCO, Professor Adeleko has been identified as one of the recipients of today's award, I don't know what more we have to do, to recognize and appreciate his contributions. So I think we have done so much. So you may not have noticed that. If you have, I don't know what else you want us to do, but we are open to suggestions anytime, any day. So thank you very much. On this award, we have decided we cannot finish it, or we can't start it in a day and finish it in a day. Some have been accorded recognition in the past. We are just continuing where those people stopped. At the 50th anniversary of the association 10 years ago, some people were identified for awards and they were recognized. So today, we are continuing with that particular recognition. Some people will do the same tomorrow. So, we have three categories of award. We have the ones we call Meritorious Service Award. And that specifically were meant for our past presidents. Our past presidents that have not been recognized before. We only have about 8 of them, including a posthumous one. And then we have Award of Excellence for people that have made their mark. This is not exhaustive. This is what we can do for now, because we have a very lengthy list of such people. We just picked out of those. And for today, we are only recognizing 5. And to our partners, people who have always been there for us, because this particular award of appreciation, I'm reading from page 31 of the program, award of appreciation. And we have 5 corporate and individual awardees listed under that. So, permit me to start from the award of appreciation. And I want the MC to be by my side. And at the same time, whoever is going to be identifying the awards in sequential order, the way it has been listed on the program. I want to assume everybody listed here is available, is around. The first person on that list is our own dear brother, the indefatigable partner in our struggle to rid the industry of criminals. And I'm talking of no other person than the DG of the Nigerian Corporate Commission, Dr. John Aseng. Please come forward for this wonderful recognition. And that will be presented. The award is going to be presented to him, please come around, by my immediate predecessor in office, Chief Commissioner Cyril Anioke, PhD. The next one, I don't know whether Nilesh will be willing to take for report in absentia. Will you be doing that? At least to take it along. Okay. Yeah. Give it to us.
On behalf of the Nigerian Publishers Association, we present this award of appreciation to Dr. John Hussein, Fellow, Publishers Institute of Nigeria, DG, Nigerian Copyright Commission, in recognition of your invaluable support to NPA and the publishing industry in Nigeria, dated today, December the 4th, 2025. Honor the able seal and signature of Alhaji Lukman Dauda, Fellow, Publishers of Nigeria, President. Mr. DJ. I beg, make we appreciate the DG now. I beg.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, my person. The next person in that category is our chief launcher of today, the person that actually started the whole generous donation before my big brother came on board and challenged it. But I know it's up to the challenge too. My dear friend and partner, Mr. Nilesh Dakari, the CEO of Kotafo Printabilities PPT, India. Then let me call on Mr. Kolawale to come and do the presentation for you, please.
On behalf of the President and the Executive Committee of the Nigerian Publishers Association, this award of appreciation is presented to Kotafo Printabilities India in recognition of your invaluable support to NPA and the publishing industry in Nigeria. It is dated today, December 4, 2025. So congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much, our past President. I wouldn't know whether the representative of Nixon is around. Nixon Paper Mills, is the representative around? Everest.
Nixon Paper Mills. I don't think they're.
Oh, where's Govind? Did he step out? The Everest. Govind. Anyway, let's move. Wait. Yeah, Govind, come around. Everest Pulp and Paper Limited. Yes. Everest Pulp and Paper Limited. Let me call on Mr. Abade Gadida to come and do this presentation for us.
been doing this for us. This is the first time. And today we are giving this award as association, President Express Corp and Cooper Limited, in recognition of your invaluable support to MPA and the publishing industry in Nigeria, dated today, December 4th, 2025. Signed by the President himself, Elijah Lukman Dauda, FCA, FPIA.
Thank you very much, our Vice President, Mr. Rodriguez. Now, let's move to award of, before the
Mr. Nilesh.
Nilesh. Yes, Wipro unavoidably are absent, but again, Nilesh is a product of Wipro, so I believe he will be glad on behalf of the company that brought him out to receive the award. So, the award for Wipro, let me call one of our council members too. Okay, Mrs. Badimosi, can you please come around?
On behalf of the Nigerian Publishers Association, we present this award to Wipro India for their support over the years, and we rely on your continual support. Yes. Congratulations, Wipro India. Thank you for your support over the years, and we still hope that you are going to support the association further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Convey our sincere appreciation and greetings to Wipro. I know you will do that. And thanks for accepting to receive the award on their behalf too. That shows there is still a connection, or there's continuous connectivity with your roots. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to the award of excellence. And we have 5 people there, as I earlier mentioned. These are people that have not led the association, but they have done more than the ones that some of us that have led the association actually did for the association. These are people that have sacrificed their time, they've sacrificed their experience, wealth of experience, they've sacrificed their resources to ensure that MPA continues to live. We cannot just forget what they are doing and what some of them have done, because we have one of them for posthumous. And in that category, the first I'm going to call, respectively, is Dr. Kolade Musuro, the Chairman CEO of Musuro Booksellers Limited. Thank you. Continue to clap for him. This is a man that I don't even know how to describe his support for the association. Reach out to him any time of the day. He's always willing to give one word of order of advice. May God continue to grant you good health and long life. So, let me call on Mr. Idogu to come and present this to Dr. Kolade Musuro. Yes, yes. On behalf of Nigerian Publishers Association, I present this award of excellence to you, Dr. Kolade Musuru, in honor and recognition of your invaluable contribution to MPA and publishing industry. Congratulations, sir. The next person is Dr. Yomi Ogubi. I don't know whether his representative is here. Which one is the next one? You don't have the list of Mr. Adaguduro John Oyekunle, the Chief Executive Chairman of Laswell Enterprises Limited, is representative here, or is he himself here? Please come on board. And then the person to give that award is another council member, Sergei Seodi. Please come on board quickly.
On behalf of the Nigerian Publishers Association, we present this award of excellence to you, Mr. Dagunduro John Oyekunle, for your excellent service to the NPA and to the publishing industry in Nigeria. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Sir Jesse. Do we have the representative of the family of late Professor Adelenko around? Please, come on board. Yes. And I want to call on our treasurer, Mr. Larry Amiloko, to come and present that.
Publishers Association in honor and recognition of your invaluable contributions to NPA and the publishing industry. Congratulations.
Yes. Now, the last batch of the category is the Meritorious Service Award. These are my bosses. These are my predecessors in all this. And I'm going to handle all the presentations myself, so that they will know how important how worthy what you have done to the association is being appreciated. The first on the list before me is Mr. Oduyoye Modupe. Do you have the representative around? Where is the person? Oh, okay. I was told my one and only boss is the one standing in for Mr. Oduyoye Modupe. That is Mr. Benro Atigola. When I get to his own award, we'll talk more about that. Yeah, Mr. Oduyoye Modupe was NPA president between 1974 and 1975. And we have considered it worthy to recognize his meritorious service as our past president. And that's why the award has been awarded thus in recognition of your immense contributions and selfless service to the development of the association, dated today, December 4, 2025.
Congratulations, sir. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll still continuing the tradition of giving the awards. The second person here to receive the Meritorious Service Award is Mr. A.O. Echebiri. Mr. A.O. Echebiri. Is he here?
He is representative here. Because we know he was not going to be available, but he told us somebody will be representing him. He's not here.
No one.
Okay?
Okay. Let me call on Mr. Benro Adegbola.
Okay.
Mr. Benro Adegbola.
I think you can drop the first one, sir. Collect the first one from him so as between the two bodies, sir. Where's the door?
Is he collecting from Sir? No, he doesn't. Benro Adegbola.
Well, I didn't even know it was going to be that soon. But before he would get his seat back, he would have been called back. This particular presentation and the circumstance is probably very, very much symbolic. Just like I mentioned earlier. Mr. Benro Adegbola standing here, I won't use the past tense because once a boss, always a boss. He's my boss. He was the MD, CEO of the company I presently manage as the CEO MD2. He managed the company from 2000 to 2012. And by the sole grace of God, I was his finance man. And I want to ask him openly today whether I actually did well or I didn't do well, sir. But I think I was above average while I served as his finance person. Thank you very much for identifying me, because you actually brought me to prominence when you appointed me your chief accountant, then and company secretary. I will continue to be grateful to you. Thank you very much, sir. Also, he was the MPA president between 2004 and 2008. The same position I'm occupying today. So, which means, gone are the days when they say when the elephant, what's the word now? containing about for these days, even the offering of the elephant equally shines. And I thank you for allowing that. Because if not for the tutelage and every support you gave, it would not have been this wonderful. So I appreciate you, sir, all the time. So this is an award in recognition of your past services as MPA president between 2004 and 2008 to the association. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir. Next, to receive Meritorious Service Award, Mr. Samuel Olawole. Is he here?
Yes.
Mr. Samuel Olawole, okay. Finding his way here.
He's around. Mr. Kolawole was our president at MPA between 2000, imagine, he actually took over from my boss, 2008 to 2012. We didn't forget all the sacrifices and contributions you made then and that you are still making even now. Nobody can do it all. People will say, just make your mark, do your best and leave the rest. Nobody has ever finished everything. There will still be something to be done, and that is what we are still doing now. When we leave too, people like Honorable will equally come and say, yes. So that is the way God has structured the whole life. So we want to thank you very much for your immense contributions and selfless service to the development of the association while you served as the president between 2008 and 2012. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir. Still on the Meritorious Service Award category. Next is Chief N.O. Okereke. Chief N.O. Okereke. Is he here?
Chief Okereke had already told me he's not going to, he wouldn't make it. So Sajese will be holding forth for him in that regard. He actually apologized for not being able to make it. He was willing to be here. We have spoken this morning too. And I told him there's no cause for alarm. I know he always likes to be, in our midst. So, and since we know he has so many lieutenants, these are his lieutenants, so we don't have any issue. So, this is in recognition of Chief N.O. Okereke's meritorious service to the association as our president between 2012 and 2016. May God continue to grant him good health and long life. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir. The next recipient of the Meritorious Service Award is Mr. Badiga Adedapo.
My predecessor in office would refer to this gentleman as President Emeritus. And I don't have any cause to doubt that. Mr. Adedapo, the CEO of Accessible Publishers Limited, served as MPA president between 2016 and 2020. This gentleman, I don't know whether it's gentleman, but let me say, this gentleman has been a very wonderful creation of God. A very wonderful creation of God. And to every humanity that has come across him, As mentioned earlier, he was the one that God granted that honor and privilege to secure our landed property during his tenure. After almost 52 years of existence of the association. And he has not even stopped there. He's doing everything possible to ensure that that dream comes to reality. And by God's grace, we will all be alive, hale and healthy, to witness the commissioning of that edifice very, very soon. On that note, on behalf of the Executive Council and members of MPA, I present to you this award of meritorious service in recognition of your immense contributions and selfless service to the development of MPA. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir. Next to receive the Meritorious Service Award is Chief Uchenna Cyril Anioke. Chief is here again. Congratulations, sir.
The chief himself. There has been this trend of continuity, this trend of understanding, this trend of fellowship between our past presidents. But that trend becomes more deep-rooted in the last 2 or 3 administrations. And that is why we'll continue to achieve at the rates we have been achieving at the association level. This is my immediate predecessor in office, Chief Uchenna Cyril Anioke, FPIN, PhD. In fact, we cannot forget in a hurry your achievement. The president that left, shortly before him, secured the landed property. Somebody struggled and succeeded in putting a social on top of that property. And that is no other person other than this amiable gentleman standing by me. Everything you have been doing for the association, we should still continue to do. Later today, December 5, 2025. Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations, sir. Yeah, last one. Yeah. Last but not least, okay, representative of Chief G.A. Alawode. This is also a posthumous award. That person should come now. Yes, I've just been told now that the food that you have to taste is according to the tables that people have. That please don't go to
The representative
the
of
point. Yes.
Kiala. Okay, you have to collect it. Now please come. Let me have it. Oh, okay. Oh, Mama is on my way. Thank you very much. We'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. Let me come down there. I'll come down to present to Mama. Come around, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, while we remember the living, we should not forget the departed. And that is what we have tried to do today. Chief G. Alawode served this association meritoriously as the president between 1978 and 1980. And we believe we should recognize that. And I'm happy that Mama is here to collect this award on his behalf. May God continue to strengthen you. May God continue to uphold you and be with the family. So in recognition of the immense contribution of Chief G. Alawode and selfless service to the development of NPA, we present this posthumous award to you as our own token of appreciation. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, ma. Okay. Well, we need a response from one of the awardees. To come up here, have the mic, and say something on behalf of the other awardees. Anyone wants to do that willingly? Awardees. Maybe a former president from any of the categories that we have today. Okay. Well, I don't know if he's still here. Okay. Someone is coming.
Mr. Chairman, Deacon Adeleke, I'm not expected to speak. I had a procedure yesterday, a dental procedure yesterday, and I was barred from speaking, and I was equally barred from going out. But I decided this is such an occasion, I can go against the instruction of my dentist. Particularly if I add another 60 years to my age now, for the next celebration, I don't know where I will be. So it's really a joy to be here. Mr. Chairman, thank you for chairing this occasion, and I can attest to the fact that our account was under your care and you showed us support and thoughtfulness. Thank you, sir. The president of the association, it's a double celebration for you as I understand it, and hearty congratulations. Wale Okediran, Dr. Wale Okediran, again, thank you for your usual brilliance. It's actually three celebrations. All of us here, for the past 60 years or so, we have been consumers of books. Now, we have graduated into becoming makers of books. And so we should look forward to the future. That the future, the association we hold and we hold robustly. I want to thank you all for this honor done to all the awardees, for the bit that we have been able to do in the past years. When you give an award of this nature, you're ultimately saying that those who get the award must not pull back. They must continue to give to the association. And I'm sure I speak for the rest of them by saying that we will not pull back. And so, let us wish the association the very best into the future. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. Well, we're done with the awards. But one thing that is left is the presentation of souvenirs to two eminent personalities, the chairman of this occasion, and of course, the keynote speaker. That will be handled by Mr. President.
We are at the committee, you can't all just be away. We are not done yet with the presentation of plaques and souvenirs. I expect that you will have shared roles to ensure there's no overlap and there's no vehicle. How about the souvenirs? So, we have two eminent personalities in our midst that have enriched us today from their wealth of experience. And the first is our keynote speaker, Dr. Wale Okediran. Dr. Wale Okediran, I pray when I grow up, I'll be like him in terms of agility. Yeah, he alluded to the fact that we meet at several fora outside of this environment. And I always wonder, by the time you are talking, you say, by tomorrow I'll be in so place. By next week, they say I'll be in so. How do you cope? At least this year alone, we have met at least at 2 or 3 different occasions outside of Nigeria. And when you are talking, you say, no, I'll be able to make, by next week, I'm supposed to be in so place. Now, wow. And look at him, he's over 70, because I know he marked his 70th birthday not quite long. And if you see him, you think it's just 55. May God continue to strengthen you, sir. I don't know what you and my chairman are eating. You know, I don't know what the two of you are eating. Amala. You have been in Ghana for a while now. You have been eating bamboo. Anyway, we thank you for giving your time out to come and give us that fantastic presentation. So, on behalf of the Executive Council and the members of the association, I present this appreciation plaque to you for being our keynote speaker today at our 2025 annual conference and 60th anniversary. Thank you very much, sir. And in addition to that, this will be on your table. This is for your own use. Yes. So it's a double. Then the next is our chairman. The chairman is my boss in my primary constituency, accountancy. A very, very unassuming personality. I said earlier that it's one of the finest the profession has ever produced. And it's not just to maybe flatter him. I'm saying it from the depth of my heart that is who he is. And whoever has come across him will know that I'm saying the truth. So I'm always happy to, interact with you. I mean, you have been a very wonderful personality to me. I can't forget all you did while you are in service. Until tomorrow, I continue to appreciate you. So this is a token on behalf of the association for sharing our 2025 annual conference and state anniversary. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, we are fast approaching the home stretch of this celebration here. The celebration is not ending, but at least this formal part of it is moving to an end gradually. Now is the time for us to cut the cake for the anniversary. The Diamond Jubilee of Nigeria Publishers Association. Executive Secretary, sir. You help us. We need to move this cake to the floor there because of the photographers and cameramen. Have people from the high table and some other eminent personalities will join them in cutting the cake. Well, a bit of dilemma here, but we'll resolve it because I can see that hands and mouths are busy. We're supposed to have group photograph, category by category, the awardees, but I can see that many of them are already busy. So we're going to delay that, including the cutting of the cake, because if you look up here too, business is also going on here. I don't know when the MC will eat. Maybe I should drop the mic, I should join everybody, then come back here and continue. But I won't do that. I will watch over everybody. I will make sure that the Mosels people are putting down there will not come back. Then the Vice President of MPA should be getting ready to move the vote of thanks. Talking about Mr. Babasha Indoguni. Please be on standby, sir. Vice President, MPA. Well, I'm just being informed that the representative of Mr. Ogubi is here. Dr. Yemi Ogubi to receive his award. Please come up.
Well, come on. Maybe we are lucky, we are even happy that the kidnappers allowed him to arrive safely, because only God knows when he left his base for this place, and he's just arriving now. It's either there was traffic on the road, or there were disruptions by the activities of the cattle rustlers on the way. Anyway, we're happy that you are finally here, and that you convey our appreciation to the doctor. We would have loved to have him present, personally present, or physically present, but we're happy that he's able to send a representative too. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, it's a pleasure to meet you too. Yes, so this is just a recognition of Dr. Ogubi's contributions and sacrifices to the development of this MPA. He's a regular financial member of the association. Up to last year, I know you up to date. We will continue to look up to that from you. And if Doctor is not around, since you are here, here in Ibadan, so you're supposed to be occasionally appearing at some of our functions. But please, when you don't always be traveling down, we equally have travels to do. We make ourselves available, please. So, help us convey this to Dr. Yemi Ogubi as our token of appreciation for what he has been doing for the association. Congratulations.
DJ, please. and gentlemen, I believe by now the awardees should be free for the group photographs. All the awardees in the 3 categories, those that are still here, we want to be done in the same order that we receive the awards. Meritorious Service Award, Award of Excellence, and Award of Appreciation. Let's start with the Meritorious Service Awards. But, okay, I can see Chief is still busy. Award of Appreciation. I think of the 5 awardees, 4 of them received the award here. Dr. Ase Indiji Nigerian Copyright Commission, Repro India, are they still here? Quarterfold printables or printability. I beg your pardon, India. Nixie Paper Mills, Enicom, then Everest Pulp and Paper Limited. Please get set. But let's do the cutting of the cake here now. The president is here with some other personalities that have joined in. The chairman of the occasion will also join them now. Chairman, sir. Also to be joined by the keynote speaker, Dr. Wale Okediran, for the cutting of the cake. The awardees will be next after this. Cutting of the cake is going to happen now. Then the awardees. Yes, sir. Well, let me do it this way. We are celebrating 60. So everybody is going to count with me from 1 to 60. But in this way, we count 1 to 10, then from 10, 20, 30, like that, we get to 60. Then the cake will be... Oh, no female among the... no. Yes, let's bring madam. If she's not too busy. All are men. Why now? Please make that snappy, or else we just take it that way. After all, it's a man's word. Is it not a man's word now? Where are they? Yes, now we have it softer now. It was all hard with men. Now women are here. Yes, we do it this way with the permission of Mr. President. Photographers, don't you have more people here than there? Anyway, it's your call. So we are going to count 1 to 10, from 10, 20, 30, 40, till we get to 60. 1, everybody. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60. Happy celebrations, MPA. Congratulations, everyone. We thank you. We appreciate you. So it's time for the photograph for the awardees. Awardees. Honorable, you are one of the awardees. So it's time for your own photograph. Yes, the awardees. DJ, please. The awardees. Let's start from the award of appreciation. Okay, everybody, okay. The president said, everybody, if you have collected an award here today, please come here for the group photograph. You are also an awardee, even though you collected for somebody. The awardees, please come.
Access your money if you buy. You wanna work and don't blow the big window. Well, you're looking at the game, you know what I'm doing. If I say, I swear I'm you know the fit access your money if you buy. You wanna work and don't blow the big window.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Now is the time to move the vote of turns, and the person to do that for us is the Honorable Vice President of Nigerian Publishers Association, Mr. Babasende Ogunniyi. He approaches the microphone now. You're welcome, sir.
On behalf of the President of the Nigerian Publishers Association, the executives, the CEOs of the NPA, I want to thank you very much for taking our time to be a part of this celebration. And we pray that Lord will grant you journey mercies back to your respective destinations. Thank you very much, and bye.
Thank you very much. Well, the best way to move the vote of thanks is just to say thank you. And that's what he has done. No long speeches. Well, let me use this opportunity to announce to us that, I told you, this event, three-pronged, the AGM, annual general meeting, the conference, and of course, the celebration of the Diamond Jubilee. So tomorrow, which is going to be day 2 of this whole 2025 thing, is the annual general meeting. So those that are supposed to be there, they already know. They start by 9:30. Okay, that's coming from the president himself. So don't let us forget that. That is when you are going to have the annual general meeting for this particular year. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now what we need to do for those that are eating is to visit the book exhibition stands. If you have not done that, we are already having lunch anyway. So the exhibition is on from one publisher to another. All the books are on display. You want to pick copies or you just want to window shop, you just feel free to be there. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being part of this great occasion for the 2025 conference of NPA. We appreciate you for coming. See you next year. Bye-bye.
I don't go wedding, any sacrifice. Wanna make love on the moon, dancing to my tunes. Is it too much? It's not too much. I wanna be in forest if wishes were horses. Is it too much? It's not too much. If I want money, do what I got to say. If I want money, I'm all by my shoulder, I'm all by my foot, I'm all by me. I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire. I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire. Yalla, yalla, anybody, anybody. Lori Mejo, oh yeah. Wanna wake up in a Lamborghini. I want to fly for Santorini, the bonito Sicily. Oh, yeah, yeah. If I want money, do what I got to say. If I want money, I'm all by my shoulder, I'm all by my foot, I'm all by me. Yeah, yeah. I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire. I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire. Yalla, yalla, anybody, anybody. Lori Mejo, Lori Mejo, oh yeah. I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire. Father, that's money for my backyard. Plenty money for my house, you. No recession for every day. Oluwa visit me, I dey wait you. Àlejò ló mo ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀. Ẹ̀fún mi ló lè ò ní ìyá ìgbà ẹ̀ o. Bàbá bless me o, I know Money,